I just realized I've been muted since I started streaming. Hello, good evening. I don't know if my computer's gonna be okay streaming for too long in this heat, but we'll see. We'll go as long as we can. Properties. Okay. Is there anyone there? I see that there are a few viewers, but I don't see any messages in chat yet. No one pointing out to me that I was muted for a good few minutes. I was just watching this neo-Nazi documentary that is honestly pretty solid. This one. The Ultra-White Neo-Nazis of Today by Witness. Kind of confirming a lot of the stuff that I've talked about in previous videos. But yeah, really solid stuff. And of course, like, they do a lot more than what I've done. It's not just confirming stuff that I've talked about. Hello. Is it morning for you, Cody? It's hell on earth. I'm back in Berlin these days. Yeah, it is. Uh, it is quite something at the moment. I mean, today was slightly less. Like, yesterday was the worst. Yesterday was horrible. Okay, let's get into it. What did I want to do? Let's see, let me open the Channel 5 video. Felt worse today for you? Ah, weird. Like yesterday, my cats yesterday morning were uh one of them. Where is she? Oh yeah, she's on the coffee table. Every 5 minutes, she was switching to a different spot because she couldn't find anywhere that was comfortable because of the heat. Today was like after 2 p.m. was kind of manageable for me, but not still not great for sure. So let's see. Channel 5. Looking forward to a 40 degrees this weekend. No, I am not. Wait, actually, let me double check because I'm traveling on Sunday. And I don't want to spoil where. Okay, opening this video. But let me check the weather there. Okay, I expected it to be much worse than it is. So yeah, next week I'll be fine. That's good to know. So we have this Channel 5 Palestine video. We have, let's see, let's open some articles on the Venezuela earthquake. Yeah. Jesus, yeah, this is grim stuff. Yeah, okay, let's start with this. So yesterday there was a magnitude 7.5 earthquake. So let's for people who don't know earthquakes, wait. For people who don't know the scale of an earthquake, the magnitude, the Richter scale, is that how you pronounce it in English? Is a logarithmic scale. So in the case of earthquake scales, we can just look at a simple, like what the numbers mean. This is not really going to say, oh wait, actually. So you go from 7 to 8, you multiply by, that's weird. Wait, what's the logic when you go up one number then? Because this is times, between 4 and 5, it's times almost a million, like a third of a million. This and this is times 3, this and this. Yeah, I don't understand the logic here. Anyway, the point is 7.5 major earthquake causing serious damage. And yes, it absolutely did cause serious damage. We're talking about entire neighborhoods leveled, buildings just falling completely. Pretty insane stuff. So at the moment, okay, this headline was updated. When I clicked on it, it was still yesterday's headline. About 1,000 dead so far, and it's gonna continue climbing. 2 major quake struck central Venezuela, sorry, seconds apart. One magnitude 7.2, the other magnitude 7.5. That's pretty insane. And apparently I read somewhere that they were expecting another, like that they're bracing for the possibility of more of aftershocks in the next few days. At least 920 people dead, 3,000 injured. Venezuela quake is a geopolitical stress test for interim government. I do not know what that means. The earthquake is not only a humanitarian catastrophe, it is also a geopolitical stress test that will shape Venezuela's political future and its relationship with the United States. I would not expect a lot of help from Trump's administration. U.S. support has been quickly announced, but what is at stake is whether Venezuela is perceived as being dependent on decisions taken in Washington, or whether Washington can support a locally owned process of both short-term recovery and long-term reconstruction. Okay. And I saw some insane videos of this at the same time. Did that post? Yes. So there was this. There was another one. Yeah, this one was insane. Wait a second. How do I open just the... Yeah, look at this. Wait, let me scale it properly on the vertical stream. Can I zoom in? Yeah.
Mierda, weón.
Unfortunately, my headphones broke today because of my naughty cat, so I can't hear your voice. I'm not gonna do the whole stream via chat. Sorry about that. But I appreciate you watching despite your headphones not working. So yeah, Venezuelan resident films escape from apartment building during powerful earthquake.
Mierda, weón. Qué loquera, weón.
Because this is a, it's too bad we can't go back. Because this is a staircase, it's almost like a perfect setup to demonstrate what was happening. Because since it's a staircase, you just see a repeating pattern. Okay, I'll lower that. You just see a repeating pattern in the staircase. You just see like the same setting repeat again and again, but gets increasingly damaged as we go down. It looks insane. It looks like one of those video games, like in Zelda Ocarina of Time, where where you beat Ganondorf at the end, and you have to leave the tower before it crumbles on top of you.
Mierda, weón. Qué locura esta mierda, weón.
Like, there's entire walls missing at this point.
Acabó con el edificio. Mierda, weón. Lo acabo de subir del ascensor. Acabo de entrar.
Crazy stuff. So yeah, no wonder if entire buildings collapsed, which I also have a video of. No wonder 1,000 people died. I was sure this was AI when I first saw this. So yeah, Venezuela can't catch a break. Let me quickly reply to this. Like the beginning of this video, the way that the building falls, this I was like, that looks like AI. Afterwards, like the ending of the video is like, okay, I guess it wasn't, but it looks so strange. I've never seen a, you know, the thing about 9/11, they do like, oh, that looks like a controlled demolition. The thing is, buildings don't usually fall sideways like this. Like gravity pulls a building down, and a building is mostly empty. So when the structural integrity of the building fails, usually that means the building just drops, and it'll fail. Like, you know, once you know, if a few pillars are damaged to the point where the building falls by one floor, the impact of that is going to make the rest of the structure continue to drop. So I don't think I've ever seen video of a building falling sideways like this. But I don't see any of the telltale signs of it being AI after the initial collapse. That looks weird and off. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Anyway, yeah, it's the 7.5 is near the. So there's not level 10 on the Richter scale. So yeah, it's in the basically the one of the yeah, really close to the maximum. Not quite, because again, logarithmic scale, so going up by one level is significant. It's not just, you know, one increment, it's one multiple, but yeah. So how's everyone surviving the heat waves depending on where you are? Barely, it's so bad. Are you saying you're barely surviving, or are you calling me barely and then saying it's so bad? My buddy in Ireland said they escaped what little they got in Ireland. Wait, escaped what in Ireland? Oh, they avoided the earthquake. I thought it was like Venezuelans escaped to Ireland or something like that. It's so hot you're barely surviving. Well, yeah, it's rough. Yeah, for me, yesterday morning was the worst. Now all the blinds are closed. Ceiling fan is turned on, which for the most part, honestly, just feels like the ceiling fan is like sloshing the humidity around the apartment. Not ideal. But after, because of the placement of my apartment on the building, like once, like between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. is the worst. Well, once the building goes over the rooftop, like I'm on the sunrise side of the building, the east side of the building, and yeah, it gets more manageable in the afternoon. Which, if I were on the other side, it would be hell. Like being sunlit for the entire afternoon would be the worst. Currently north of England, today's the worst day of it where I am. 34 Celsius temperature with 22 Celsius 22 Celsius dew point. I don't know what a dew point is. Dew point. The dew point is the temperature to which air must be cooler at constant pressure for water vapor to condense into liquid water. Okay, gotcha. So it's a humidity issue. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I wanted to watch a different video on stream about climate change because it's bleak. It's really really bleak. Let me see if I can find the one that I'm thinking about. Um, measure of humidity. Yeah, gotcha. Was it this channel? I think it was. Oh, perfect. I also wanted to watch an El Nino video yesterday. And there is one as well. Yeah, okay, let's start with this, and then we'll watch the El Nino. Is there one on the... Okay. Is there one on the AMOC ocean current by any chance? Okay. Let's watch this one. I already watched this video, but figured definitely worth a watch on stream because important stuff here, and I have a lot of thoughts. The UK broke its dew point record this heat wave with 25 degrees Celsius. For perspective, a 44 Celsius day with that dew point would be the limit of human survivability. Yeah, we haven't. I don't think there's been a case of because that's the what's called like the wet bulb temperature. Is like there's some things about what you say, like human survivability. It's like literally you reach a point where the combination of temperature and humidity makes it that sweat cannot. Oh yeah, it is the dew point thing. Like sweat cannot condense, and so you literally like bake in your own body, and you know it is, and getting to that level is pretty insane, and it would have to be pretty sustained. Not just like, oh, it's super hot outside, but you can just go inside and you can escape the extent of it. So obviously people die of heat exposure and like heat strokes working outside all the time. But we are probably at some point going to witness, and it's not going to happen um in Europe immediately, but or at least not in like, northwestern Europe immediately. Like Southern Europe could happen, of just a city being hit by a heat wave where literally that a heat wave that is literally not survivable. That is a type of natural disaster that we do not even, I don't even know if we have a name for that, because like city is hit by a hurricane, like we've seen that, we know what that looks like. It's like devastation. Earthquakes, we just saw videos of that, like insane devastation, buildings falling, stuff like that. Tornadoes, we've seen footage of that. A heat wave would just be, if it's long enough, it's sustained enough, and if it's hitting a city that isn't, that isn't already equipped with a bunch of air conditioning, which, not every, like, poor countries don't always have it, often don't have it at all. Even European countries that are well off but not used to heat that intense, they'll have like well insulated buildings. They'll have fans, but they won't always have air conditioning. And it's very possible that with a heat wave long enough, you would just have this confluence of events where it's like, it's a natural disaster that hits this location, but nothing is destroyed. Like, it's not a tornado destroying building. It's just like mass death. It is not survivable. It is a thing that ravages through that city slowly, and you just have so many people dying from it. Against a hurricane, you can't engineer a solution. Against heat, you can, of course. And we, like, insulation helps, fans help, AC would help, but there are places that just can't, or for a variety of reasons, do not want to install mass AC in every single building. And if it happens in a place that wasn't expecting it, it can be really bad. Like, I don't think Berlin or London is going to have immediately a heat wave that is at that level of literally not survivable, within the next decade. But it might. Maybe next summer, like maybe this summer is going to be that. Maybe next, I doubt it. Don't panic. But if there's like a freak heat wave that hits a city that is not equipped with mass, with like, widespread air conditioning everywhere, yeah, you could have that. At least like old people are going to be the first to go, young, like, babies possibly. If you're young and healthy, and you have better chances. And I guess there would be like, if it's that level of natural disaster, it'd be like, oh, everyone has to come and hang out inside the mall that has AC, But I don't know. I don't think I know anyone in Berlin who has AC in their actual apartment. They have fans, they don't have AC. And the insulation honestly kind of sucks. It cannot be that freaky without people knowing it a couple of days ahead. Yeah, but you can't install AC everywhere a couple of days ahead. What they could do, if they're expecting it to be that bad, is they can organize shelters, like they can repurpose, I don't know, convention halls that have AC or something like that, and everyone would have to, everyone who's not, who's vulnerable, or who isn't sure, who can't leave, I don't know, would be able to go there. But yeah, wasn't there, like, I think, wasn't in 2020, wasn't there a huge heat dome in the Pacific Northwest in the US, and they had a bunch of shelters for people to go and get away from the heat. Forced to go to the cinema with the whole city. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna make myself a coffee and then we'll watch. Actually, I'll start this video while I'm making a coffee, and I'll be listening from there since I have wireless earphones.
This is the most important video you are ever going to watch, and it's why I'm here on screen talking to you today. Because humanity has lost the fight against climate change. These were the words of renowned environmentalist David Suzuki, and they sent shockwaves around the world in July 2025 when he spoke them. And I'm afraid it gets worse. Carl Sagan, an American scientist, said extinction is the rule. Survival is the exception. So yes, he said, we will go extinct. The only question is when and not if. I find it hard to believe that humans will still populate the planet by 2100. And if you think that's bad, wait till you hear this one. Michael Dowd said, I think half or more of the human population, that's 3 to 5 billion people, will likely starve within 60 months of the first multi-breadbasket failure. Most likely this decade. Truthfully, I would rather...
Yeah, that's one of the wild claims that I wanted to just freak out about for a couple of minutes. So let me go back on that, finish getting my coffee, and I'll come back so I can freak out with you guys on the idea of, what is it, half the population of Earth dying from the first multi-breadbasket failure. Okay, I got my anxiety juice. Let's have an anxiety attack together. Hey? Wait. What's wrong with the camera? I think my GoPro may have overheated. Let me check that. Okay. Wait. Properties? Okay, well, it's probably going to overheat again later on. But I just wanted to show that we have an extra co-host right now. Being very hot. Ah, no bite, baby. Okay, what did I miss while I was making coffee? You would need AC to survive, essentially. I mean, there have been equivalents to AC for a long time. Like there's some old technology about, you know, like running. You look at some really old architecture, and they would have some like flowing water that would do some weird stuff that I don't even understand, and like the evaporation of that water would cool down the room under it or something like that. You know, there's some alternatives to AC, but you would need something. You would need some level of preparation. You like the buildings that are built, modern buildings, are kind of built on a narrow bandwidth of, oh, this is the temperatures, the climate that we expect in this region, and that are kind of, you know, based on the building standards of the country, of the whatever their criteria is. They're not really based on you know, what is necessarily comfortable. It's like, oh, you can survive in this building on these standards in the normal climate expected for that region. But if the building standards are like not great and they're not really prepared for like a 10-degree difference with the norm, or a really really freak event that can happen, it can get really really bad. It's not imminent, certainly. No, I don't think this is imminent. Again, there can be freak events, and I think we are going to see some freak events in the next 2 years. Not necessarily this specific freak events. This specific one, I mean. It's scary that dew point record in UK is from this year. It's scary that dew point record is in the UK from this year is in June. Usually these records are from like late July, early August. That this does not look good for the rest of the summer, and next summer is expected to be worse. That's the scary thing. With the super El Nino that we will watch another video about that in a bit, it's expected to get worse. The problem is at some level of humidity, water won't evaporate anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure if the dew point is that or the wet bulb temperature. Like I'm not an expert on these, on what exactly they technically are, but I know that it's bad.
Or of the human population, that's 3 to 5 billion people.
Okay, this was the claim.
That humans will still populate the planet by 2100. And if you think that's bad, wait till you hear this one. Michael Dowd said, I think half...
I'm not on the right screen. Sorry about that.
Or more of the human... Bad, wait till you hear this one. Michael Dowd said, I think half or more of the human population, that's 3 to 5 billion people, will likely starve within 60 months of the first multi-bread basket failure. Most likely this decade.
Okay. So let me just repeat that slowly. This decade, so by 2035, which is not that far from now, very likely that there will be a multi-bread basket failure. Like the multiple regions of the world that are like producing large amounts of our food, and if it happens in like several places at the same time, it's not like we can all like rely a little bit more on this region instead of that region. If multiple of them fail at the same time, half of the world's population could die within 16 months, within less than a year and a half. That is a terrifying, absolutely terrifying idea. The scale of that idea, but and that's the thing with crop failures, which we've been thinking about for a long time, like this thing of like, you have a really bad, this is how famines happen, is like you have a really bad harvest season. Usually harvest season is like making your food for the rest of the year. Like you can continue to grow a little bit of food, but you are always going to be growing for most of the year. You grow less food than what you need on a day-to-day basis. You're just like trying to slow down the depletion of your reserves, and then you get back to the harvest season, and that's when you make enough for the next year, and then you repeat that cycle, and you always hope that the harvest season is like good enough, and usually it is, that you always have more than you need, and you're always making more than you need planet-wide. And if one part of the world has a slightly less productive harvest season than usual, then there's enough margin that they can get food from elsewhere. But in a just a system failure like we are possibly going to see in climate change, then there are basically entire regions that are going to be sacrifice zones, where like the poor regions, like the rich regions are going to be the ones saying like, hey, we don't have enough food. We are ready to pay more to get the food that is available. And that's like the prices are going to go high enough that the poor regions will just not be able to afford that. And when it's a matter of like, hey, if we give you aid, that means we can't afford it, then it's fucked. I didn't realize there were credible people making a claim that dramatic on that short a timescale. The idea that it could happen this decade and that it's half of the world's population that's at risk is the crazy part to me in this claim.
Truthfully, I would rather tell you differently. I'd love to talk about some sort of climate silver bullet that can bring us back from the edge of the cliff, but I don't think that exists. And I didn't really want to make this video, if I'm honest with you, but I felt like I had to say something in response to all those words. You know, I have a channel called Astrum Earth. It would be remiss not to talk about what's actually happening here on Earth. And this one's a little bit different, as I'm sure you may have noticed. This feels like way too an important conversation not to have eye to eye, so that's what we're going to do in this video. You and I having a conversation. I want this to be your all-encompassing guide to climate change. And we're going to look at where we're really at. And fair warning, this ain't going to be pretty. You're going to get angry. I mean, geez, I'm angry. I'm outraged. Whatever the right word is, I feel it too. And I'm right here with you on this strange journey we're about to embark upon. I feel like I should say now, please don't hate me during this. Be angry at why it's been allowed to happen. Feel free, shout in the comments, rage at policymakers, be pissed off. Please, we all are. This video is based not on my opinions or anyone here at Astrum Earth's, but in true Astrum Earth style, this is based on science. All right, let's get into it. I'm James Stewart and you're watching Astrum Earth. In this video, I'm going to show you every single chance humanity had to stop climate collapse and how we blew every single one. We'll explore the latest climate data to see whether David Suzuki's claims are backed up, and we'll confront the ultimate question. Have we truly lost the fight against climate change? So first things first, you may be wondering how we got here. So let's start by looking at all the times the world has come together to successfully unite on fighting climate change and save humanity. Yeah, it makes for short reading that, doesn't it? Actually, it makes for no reading at all. So instead, let's look at all the times we could have saved the world. Yeah, I've set up a handy counter in the corner of the screen so you can keep track. Back in the 1970s and 1980s, there weren't any conferences or meetings of world leaders to talk about climate change at all. Then, as science caught up, the UN sort of decided it would be a good idea to have some policies or agreements that sought to regulate our changing world. Enter the IPCC, or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It was set up in 1988 to provide scientific assessment on climate change for policymakers. And I bet all those policymakers were thrilled. They set up some other fancy sounding groups too, like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is a bit of a mouthful, or UNFCCC, which is the treaty that provides the framework for international climate action. They also started hosting COPs, or Conference of the Parties, which are the annual meetings you may have seen hit the news every year, in which countries that are parties to the treaty gather to make decisions, or at least they're supposed to. And by the end of this video, you'll see why every one of those meetings failed, and why actually the most dangerous decade to be alive is the one we're living in right now. It wouldn't be until 19...
Like, the crazy part with all of this, with the level of catastrophe that we are possibly at in the next few years, is stuff like, what was it? Sorry, looking for... A specific article. Maybe this? Like Bill Gates a few months ago announced that he wasn't going to be donating as much of his money to climate change organizations because it wasn't a priority in his opinion anymore. And it was, if I remember correctly, it was something about like, oh, the risk of like we don't need to worry about the risk of extinction from climate change, so that's not an issue anymore as far as I'm concerned. He's still like, oh, it's bad, but yeah, it's just I've better things to do with my money essentially. Yeah, there you go. Bill Gates says climate crisis won't cause humanity's demise and calls to shift focus to improving lives. Meanwhile, you have actual, what was the name of the expert who said like half of the population could die in the next decade within 16 months of a multi-breadbasket failure?
92. That by 2100. And if you think that's bad, wait till you hear this one. Michael Dowd said, I think half.
Michael Dowd. Michael Dowd. Is it spelt that way?
Half or more of the human population, that's 3 to 5 billion people, will likely starve within 16 months of the first multi-breadbasket failure, most likely this decade. Truthfully, I would rather tell you differently. I'd love to talk about some sort of climate silver bullet that can bring
Looking for the exact quote. Where did he say this? Nope. Okay. So this is the Michael Dowd in question, who I was not familiar with. Is this the... Is this the guy in question? Maybe this is a completely wild claim that by someone with no credibility. Wait, no. He said that when did he say that? Because he died in 2023, apparently. Was an American author, Christian minister, advocate of eco-theology and post-doom. Not too sure about that. Okay, let me find the actual quote. Dowd. When smart people break their neck for me, it's the funniest shit ever. When smart people break their neck. Not sure what you mean by that. But AFD may be banned soon. I saw the news that you're referring to. That's not how I interpreted it. Personally, we can talk about it. We'll look into it. We'll look into that in a little bit. We'll do the climate change video, then we'll look at that. Oh, and I wanted to join a thingy for later. Okay, so Michael Dowd, this is not where the quote came from. This article is from... it could be 2021. Okay. Dowd. Okay. Boom. Let's see. There will always be compassionate and generous people, especially in super hard times. Nevertheless, I think half or more of the human population, 3 to 5 billion, will likely starve within 16 months of the first multi-breadbasket failure, most likely this decade. Okay. Now that I know a little bit about the background of this person, which doesn't seem to be much, I'm taking it a lot less seriously. I'm a lot less freaked out than I was 5 minutes ago. I mean, to be clear, the situation is still really, really bad. But I would need this to come from someone way, with a way more solid, credible background. Because this is a lot of quotes, of claims stacked on top of each other. 3 to 5 billion dying within 16 months of a multi-breadbasket failure, most likely this decade. That's a lot. That I would like to see a scientific study on that for it to have the impact that it needs to have. Who's Michaels? Eric Michaels researches ecological overshoot. Eric Michaels. Ecological overshoot. What does that mean? What is ecological overshoot? So yeah, I guess it's like our carbon footprint is 1.5 times what the Earth can sustain, like sustainably, can maintain sustainably. I think that is the overshoot. Ecological overshoot is important because it's the predicament which is causing all of the other predicaments such as climate change, pollution, loading, energy and resource decline, and the list of files included in this post. Blah, blah, blah. Put simply, ecological overshoot is the collection of predicaments that our unsustainable lifestyles have brought forth. Collectively, humans globally use far more energy and resources than the planet can provide in a given unit of time. Okay, it's what I thought. Yeah, I still don't know what this person's background is, but the other person who made the crazy half of the population is going to die this decade. I think we're fine. We're long-term probably not, long term, there's reason to worry about this, but I think this decade is not going to be. This decade is going to be wild. I think this is slightly alarmist.
Us back from the edge of the cliff, but concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. Chance number one to save the world went about as well as you might expect. In the subsequent years, the planet did actually cool down, but not due to government action, but because of a huge volcanic eruption. With little human progress made, just 5 years later, another meeting was held. The Kyoto Protocol, which, although adopted in 1997, due to a complex ratification process, didn't enter into force until 2005. Who needs urgency anyway? Its main purpose was to commit 37 industrialized nations to cut their greenhouse gas emissions by an average of 5% below 1990 levels by 2008 to 2012, with, by the way, no mention of temperature limitations. You can probably see where this is going. Fear not, because there was another agreement in 2010, of course there was, the Cancun Agreement. Maybe this could be the one. Now, this really was the first time temperature levels were mentioned, and an agreement was formalised to limit the increase in global average temperature to below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels.
Okay.
However,
Anyway, it's going to go to like Paris Agreement, all of that. We've already passed the 1.5 limit.
early 2026, as I record this, they've had so many chances to sort this out. Oh, they wouldn't let
Yeah, a little alarmist, but a real danger at some point in the future. Absolutely 100%, yeah.
us down, would they? Surely not.
Although,
up until this point,
I don't know if it would be half of the world's population. I think that it would probably be, like, it would be bad. It also depends on, you know, how bad the crop failure is. Anyway. The numbers and, like, the time scale in that claim were wild, but the danger is still very much real.
everything so far has been nothing short of a brief history lesson, really. But what comes next is the part that decides whether this century is survivable. Let's start with emissions, where the news is, not good. In fact, it's terrible. Because atmospheric emissions of CO2 hit a record high in June 2025 at 427 parts per million. For context, the last time CO2 was that high was likely over 3 million years ago, when global temperatures were about 2.5 to 4 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels, and sea levels were 25 meters higher than today. What? So yeah, what I'm telling you is that despite knowing this would happen for 40 odd years, not only did emissions continue to rise, they're now so high, they're at the same level as before the earliest known members of our genus even existed. Should quickly say the reason it's not actually 2.5 to 4 degrees Celsius hotter today is down to a time lag between cause and effect in our climate. In other words, we'll experience the full effects of today's emissions in the years to come. So sorry in advance, future grandchildren. And if you thought that was bad, it gets worse, because the growth isn't slowing. In just 1 year from October...
I wanted to try something. I wanted to try putting a compressor... Oops. A compressor on... Oh, I think Hunter just joined. So if I put a compressor here, in theory, that should lower the volume of the desktop audio. Let's check.
2024 to October 2025.
Testing.
CO2 jumped by about 2.2 parts per million, from 422.35 to 424.54.
Hello.
And there is no sign, according to NOAA.
Hello, Hunter. How are you?
I'm doing quite okay. Melting like everyone else in Europe.
Yeah.
Do I look and sound okay?
You sound fine. I need to raise your volume on my side. I don't know what you look like because I don't have you on screen right now. Let me fix something in OBS and then I'll take care of that.
I told you I cut my hair, right?
Well, I know that you cut your hair, but let me have you on screen in a bit so we can all enjoy the new haircut. Okay, I'm gonna have to experiment with this off stream, so I'm just not gonna have it on for now. So close and let me have. Where is this? Boom. Okay. I need to also have my camera on. That should do it.
Is this just on Twitch or is it on YouTube too?
It's on YouTube too, yeah. It's on the second
On
channel
your
on
main
YouTube.
account?
Yeah,
Oh,
second
what's that one
account.
called?
Okay, so let me put you in full screen. Boom. Go to this setup, which I have to add you to the left side. It would be nice if I had an easy, simple setup for all of this. Anyway, nope. Wait, this could work if I switch it to a different screen. There you are. Okay, you're way too big in this window. Let me fix that. You can you speak? I'm not sure if I can hear you right now.
Can you hear me now? Do I sound
I can
good?
hear you now.
Fantastic.
Hello, Amarali has joined the chat.
Can I see?
You have a fancy hand fan going.
I do. It's very hot right now. How hot is it where you are?
It's hot. It's right now. It's manageable. If I were on the other side of the building, if my apartment had been, you know, cooked by the sun all afternoon, it would be much worse. But you know, 9 p.m. It's manageable.
No, right now it's like 36 outside. It's not nice.
Dude, 36 outside. Okay, what's the temperature in Berlin at the moment? Berlin. Wait, do I have it on my phone? I don't think I have the weather widget easily available on my phone. Temperature right now. Boom. 31. Okay, 31 is fine. Apparently, yeah, Sunday is gonna reach 38. Oh, Saturday and Sunday. Oh man, yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna die.
Yeah, that's not a good time.
I get towels, put
So,
them in water.
viewers, you're going to enjoy watching me melt on camera. I hope that's interesting to all of you.
Nice.
This is the peak level of content.
We haven't had time to watch your video explanation on stream yet. So do you want us to watch it together, or do you want to give me the full story again?
Let's watch together, and then we can also do the full story after and add in bits that I didn't get to in the video, because obviously I was trying to get it under 3 minutes. I made several takes in this weather today.
Oh wait, I didn't. I need to fix the vertical stream. This?
There, I'll be more center for you.
Oh, I had already centered you. Now you decentered yourself.
Oh.
No, I'm joking. It's fine.
Oh no.
I can fix it. Wait, what am I doing? What am I currently on? Ah, why is it not? OBS is a little janky sometimes. It's slightly annoying. There you go. You're centered now. So Rote Rote on YouTube. You say Rote Rote or Rot Rot?
Rota.
Okay. Shorts.
That was so loud. Whatever just played my sound. So many tabs. Gotta close them.
Okay, gotcha. Shorts.
Well, thank you very much, Emerali. I appreciate the compliment.
The haircut does a lot. Makes you look very serious.
Yeah,
you don't have
right?
you don't have the handlebar not the handlebar, the walrus mustache anymore.
No, it's like it's just too fucking hot, and having a beard right now, it's just not the moment. I was thinking of doing it before. I don't know, like a week ago, I had a pretty big beard going on, and then I was just like, no, man, not this year. It's like there will be a time later for long hair and big beards, but it's hot out. It's like a very swampy experience.
Today I need to tell.
Okay, I have it set up here. It might just be easier if we wait. How long is it? The full 3 minutes? It is. Are you going to want to pause halfway through, or do we watch it in one go and then? Oh yeah, let me just set
I
up
think
a
it's
sync
fast.
2 page.
It's just fast.
Let me
Yeah.
set up a sync 2 page and we'll watch it together, and you can pause if you feel like it. So copy this link. Boom. Create room.
Where-
I'm gonna send you a link.
Today I need to tell you
Yeah.
how my friends and I.
Navigating Discord. 1 second.
Copy. Sending you this on
Were
Discord.
you chatting before? Venezuela earthquake, Channel 5 West Bank video. I didn't see this video yet. It popped up in my feed though.
Yeah, I saw bits of it. I haven't seen it yet in its entirety.
Where should I be looking for this thing? Is there? Oh, there's a chat for this room.
I sent it to you as a DM on Discord.
Okay. Sync to. I never used this before. This is
It's
exciting.
very useful for this kind of stuff. I'm going to make you a owner, and that means that so when I press play, you can pause and it'll pause for me as well.
I hope you'll all enjoy this story. It's a special one because unfortunately I'm involved.
Unfortunately. Wait, let me actually do better than this.
BTM 9652, you are 1000% right. The wet bulb effect scares the shit out of me. I read about it in Ministry of the Future, and it lives in my nightmares forever.
Yep, it sure does. Sorry, guys. I'm constantly tweaking. What did I do? Can I not paste? I'm constantly tweaking the OBS setup to have, like, you know, the chat set up in the right place and the split screen and stuff like that, and it's a huge pain in the ass.
How many monitors do you
window
have?
Capture, Discord, boom.
You're doing this with 2 monitors. It was killing me on 1. It's so hard to do.
Yeah, I am doing it with 2 monitors. With 3 actually.
Did I have the arms when you came over? Because I changed my setup a little bit.
Did you have what?
Did I have the arms like for the monitors?
You had arms on your body. You also had them on your monitor as well.
Okay, cool. Because it's relatively new. I was having stands before, and it was such a pain because I had no desk space.
And then I wanted to add a window of you in this setup just so you are visible. Okay, there you are. Now I need to make you the right size.
Oh no, I'm getting bigger!
No, you're actually getting smaller.
Smaller even.
There you go. So we are all watching this together. Okay, go ahead. You can press play when you're ready.
Back. I'll make it big for myself so I can see.
Today I need to tell you, U.S. Ambassador to Belgium, Bill White. You know who Bill White is?
It's
Ooh, why
been
is it
doing some
freaking
weird
out?
stuff. It's it gave me a few hiccups, so I'm gonna press play again on my side.
Today I need to tell you about how my friends and I got threatened by the U.S. Ambassador to Belgium, Bill White. Now, if you don't know who Bill White is, I wish I was you, to be totally honest. He's only been here less than half of a year, and he's managed to have already 2 national scandals. The first one was platforming a convicted Holocaust denier, and the second one was advocating to have illegal circumcisions done. It's not a controversial
Regular Trump supporting appointee.
Yes, and it's also
Platforming a
important to
Holocaust
understand he
denier
was
is very normal. Is very much a normal thing.
right. It's like Holocaust denier and super pro Israel. It's like a match made in hell.
That's
The
weird.
other thing that's important here is Bill White's one of the big campaign financial backers. So he's a big Trump money guy. He doesn't have any background in business. He's just a business guy who gave Trump a bunch of money. Him and his husband live here in Brussels, and from day one, they've just been honestly crazy. Someone said that they can't see the video, by the way, just hear the audio.
Oh yeah, it's because we're in vertical mode. Okay, I'm gonna say this for those watching in
Just cover
vertical
my
mode.
face up.
Yeah, I can do that. It's just like if you're watching the stream in vertical, go watch it in horizontal. The setup is easier for everyone. But yeah, I will switch
I
to
fought for
a
you.
vertical
I
setup.
want you
where
to
we can see
know
that.
I fought for you.
Anyway, let's continue the story.
Just
Second one-
cover me up.
Yeah, you're covered in the vertical stream.
was advocating
good.
to have illegal circumcisions done. It's not a controversial statement to say that Bill White is hated by most people in Belgium. But Bill White did not let this deter him from his planning of having the largest 4th of July celebration outside of Washington, D.C., part of
I want to go back here for just a second because I need you to experience this photo. All right, so this is the Cinquantenaire. It's like a big archway thing. There's museums inside of it, a big convention center. It's really, really big. I think
I
need
can't.
you to,
I think you need to play for it to show the image that's being shown. So I'm gonna guess that you're showing the photo with where was it?
yes. Can I send this to you?
Wait, I'm gonna find it in a second.
Because that'll be easier.
I can also just put it on screen. I think it's this photo that you wanted to. You're showing me the Twitter post.
But not the
Yes,
the
that's
part
right.
afterwards. I made it bigger
Okay,
because it'll be easier to see.
where did you send it on Discord?
Sending it right now.
Okay.
Second.
July celebration outside of Washington.
Okay, I have it on screen now.
Amazing. So this is the Cinquantenaire, this big, massive monument. It sits in one of the largest parks in Brussels. And keep in mind that this is the peak record high week of all time, and it's been privatized by the Trump administration. And on the left, you see on a giant TV the Prime Minister of Belgium, who comes from a far-right party in the ECR group. That's Giorgia Meloni's group in the European Parliament. And on the right, we have big Trump booster, Mr. Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO.
Wait, let me just answer a technical question in chat. Yeah, BTM. So you found it. Unfortunately, the vertical and horizontal streams are 2 different links. It's a little bit annoying because I create the horizontal stream when I set up the thing in advance, and then because I set it up to have a vertical stream as well, which is better for the algorithm, it just when I start the stream, it creates the vertical stream on the side, which creates an entirely separate link for it, and then it's managing both of those is a bit of a pain in the ass. But yeah, you were able to find it, so all good. Otherwise, I would point you to the Discord that has both links. Anyway, sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right, let's keep going.
No, you were telling me something about this photo.
Oh, anyway, so the photo on the left is the Prime Minister of Belgium from one of the far-right parties. It is a Flemish nationalist party that wants to partition the country in a very confusing confederation model. And on the right, we have Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Mark Rutte, who's been one of Trump's biggest boosters over the last couple of years, and basically thinks Trump can do no wrong.
That's a very polite way of putting it. Biggest booster. I would say something
I
like,
mean, he's also called Trump literally daddy.
yeah, he's one of Trump's biggest like ball coddler or something like that. It's insane how much he is constantly just Trump is like, oh fuck NATO, we're gonna just let Russia do whatever they want to them, and Mark Rutte is like, oh, Trump is a wonderful person, he just needs to be, we just need to have conversations with him because he's right in some ways and blah blah blah. It's like he's the leader of NATO and he's the biggest cuck to Trump that you could possibly, like, if you designed that in a lab, you wouldn't come up with Mark Rutte.
The reason they picked him to become NATO general over someone like Kaya Kallas was because they called him the Trump whisperer, and they thought it would be smart to have someone that Trump liked. And so now we're stuck with a situation where we have someone who loves Donald Trump, who is in control of the largest alliance in the world. And unfortunately, this is the person that needs to, do shit in case things like Greenland happen. So let's also look at one more last thing in this photo. So the function of this event is to make it look like the Trump regime is basically normal and friendly and just the regular America you know. And you'll see on the left and right, you have big American flags. And then in the center, there's a trio of flags. One is Belgium, which is the country it's in, obviously. But more importantly, right before we got on this stream, Trump was announcing new 100% tariffs if the EU doesn't get rid of the digital services tax. Then in the middle, you have the European Union. Trump administration literally holds as policy that the European Union was set up to screw the United States. And below that, you have the flag of NATO, something Trump has constantly toyed with the idea of either leaving or hoping gets dismantled. So you really have this parallel reality, like a mini kind of 1936 Olympics in Germany. You're trying to present this idea of Americana and everything's fine, while things are objectively not, and the Trump administration is stabbing you not only in the front, but also in the back. And this is part of the toy. So let's keep going.
Yeah, no, I find it really funny because last couple streams ago I was speaking with Femi, who I was talking a little bit about the hybrid warfare by Russia against the EU and all of the sabotage and like the disinformation and all of that. The, like paying social media people to like boost the worst possible, like, inflammatory stuff that they can, using the migration issue to try to undermine, like doing everything they can to not just like push pro-Russian narratives, which they don't really give a shit about, but just to fuck with European politics and undermine any kind of unity that the European Union has, and each individual country has. And what came out, and I've been working on, like, I've been tracking this and trying to, make it into a video for a long time. Spoilers. And earlier, was it last year or earlier this year? It was this year that the Trump administration suddenly came out with their national security strategy of 2026. And they're like, oh, we are going to fuck with the EU and try to break it apart because we don't like the EU either. And it's like, we're going to be dealing with that from one of the most effective countries for hybrid warfare, which is Russia, and the, most powerful country of the world, which is going to be starting to invest money, its own very extensive resources, to try to emulate the same thing on their side with the same goals of fucking with the EU. Things are not looking great for the EU right now, but, Amirali might be able to tell us from his perspective, living in Iran, that being attacked by the U.S. is also a very good unifying event in a country's morale. So it might have the opposite effect. But yeah, if they're effective at what they're trying to do, the way Russia is, not looking good. Amrali, it's definitely not going to be the next video, but it is a video that I'm working on. Okay, let's continue.
Washington, D.C., part of Donald Trump's Freedom 250 celebrations. You might be wondering, what the heck is Freedom 250? Well, I will tell you, it's not the official congressionally approved celebration, which is called America 250. Instead, it is a limited liability company attached to the National Parks Foundation, who is headed up by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, which has an overseeing board of the Trump cabinet. If you're thinking, that sounds like a 4th of July grift, that would be correct, because this is a way to bring in private donations both from US and foreign companies into a slush fund for Donald Trump and his buddies.
How many of these kinds of weird, oh, we set up this thing that should be made by the government, but we set it up as a corporation for profit so that we can fill our pockets? Like, obviously the Trump crypto rug pull coin thing is one example of that, but there's a bunch of others, aren't there?
Yeah, I think it's hard not to basically throw something and hit a Trump scam that's happening through the US government, because you have to think, like, every time he's doing these extravagant projects, these contractors, this money is going back into a big pool of Trump or Trump's friends and allies or people he's known forever. Like, you can look at the Washington Memorial fiasco. It's like these tiny grifts, but also done in such absurdly extravagant way. I thought initially, like, this is a lot of money being spent, but when I learned that not only had the Trump administration basically set up its own alternative 4th of July body, they then started siphoning money out of the congressionally approved America 250 and putting it into their Freedom 250 events. So not only are they taking in a bunch of sketchy private money, which is basically bribes to Trump, and as it was reported in the New York Times a couple of days ago or something, that $1 million and you get a personal meeting with Trump if you donate. So you're just seeing, like, just the wildliest open grift that you can have possible, and not just for domestic people who want to get Trump's ear, but for anyone. He is constantly for sale, and this is the other aspect of this. And keep in mind, don't think that it's just this one mega celebration here in Brussels. They're doing it at every single U.S. embassy around the world. Like you said earlier with your conversation with Femi and these active measures by Russia. And by the way, Femi, lovely guy, shout outs to you. But yeah, this is the literal same thing. This is the cultural effort of active measures of the United States. They have been very open that they want to be supporting the breakup of the European Union and the rise of far-right parties in the European Union. You've seen the Trump administration already endorse every far-right party in every election so far. And this is their open game. I mean, we just had ARC in the UK a couple of days ago, which was again a who's who of the far-right in Europe and the US.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's wild how consistent it is. And the weird thing, I mean, weird. It's not weird, but of course, you have a lot of like centrist liberals who are kind of doing this parallel thing of like, oh, I'm sure that Mélenchon is also getting funding from Russia, and to some extent, strategically, if you're just trying to undermine the European Union, you would want to just fund like extremes, but it's not a parallel thing. It's not a, oh, they're just funding left and right equally. In some cases, I'm sure that
No, you're completely on the money here, because they have an ideological position they also want to get to. It's strategic in a disinformation sense to do both sides, but they do want to get somewhere. So that's what they're trying to do.
That's the thing, is like there's some rhetorical stuff that they do with the left. For example, Russia pushes any kind of pro-Palestine media, not because they're pro-Palestine, not because they give a shit about Palestine, but because it further increases the tensions with the authorities that by default have a pro-Israel position. So if they can like increase the tensions between the pro-Palestine protesters and the governments that are pro-Israel, that's to their benefit. But the problem is when they do that, when they push the pro-Palestine narrative and they're seen on like RT and all of their various like, kind of trying to avoid sanctions, like mini media companies that they're doing that are also, still operated from Russia. that fosters when there's already like this campist anti-America narrative in the far left of wanting to be pro-Russia and supporting Russia in the Ukraine war. That fosters this pro-Russia sentiment because it's like, oh look, the anti-America country that is fighting the Nazis in Ukraine, not my position, of course, like I'm parroting them, is also pro-Palestine. It's like, no, they're not. They're just using you. They're just fucking with. They're using you as a tool to fuck with European governments.
It's also there's this like geopolitical level of it, but then there's also just like the brute force marketing and communication science of it. It was from 2022 for like basically 2 years solid. You could get a substantial bump on social media by riding the wave of outreach for the Palestinian cause. And this was done incredibly effectively by a lot of people. And this was even written about in academic texts. They call this Gaza chasers, echoing the idea of like an ambulance chaser lawyer. What's this horrible guy's name? Yeah, is it Jackson Hinkle?
Yeah.
Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle grew from around 300,000 followers to like he's over 2 million now, and that was purely by writing Gaza stuff. And that guy has horrible views, like the craziest, like evangelical, like Stalinist. Like it's so out there, man. Like it's hard to even describe him as like a real person.
It's the weirdest thing because his views are completely incoherent. He's like he calls himself like what is it?
Communist.
But it's something like a patriotic communist, MAGA communist, or something like that, which is literally
patriotic communist. That's their thing.
I am going to take the worst possible position on every single issue I can. I'm gonna take like MAGA positions when those are the worst. I'm gonna take the tanky pro-Russia communist positions when those are the worst. Like the only thing where he's like right is being pro-Gaza, which again, he doesn't give a shit about that. I'm sure he never said a word about Gaza until 2023, but he will just use anything to constantly fuck with it's man, Jackson Hinkle is one of those things where I think doesn't even live in Russia now, and he like had a Russian wife who left him and started talking about how he was obviously grifting and paid by Russia. Yeah.
Yeah, so no, he still lives in the U.S. and yes, he did have a Russian wife who left him, and it's a whole drama. And just to give like people clarity on the background of this character, Hinkle has just wanted to be famous, so he's been a whole bunch of different persons. He was like when Bernie was big, he pretended to be a Bernie bro. When Manosphere stuff was big, he tried to be a Manosphere guy. Like he's been a tourist through a lot of things. He really wants to be famous, but also because he has zero morals at all and scruples, he pops up at a lot of very sketchy government events by basically authoritarian regimes. And the Hinkle lore is a bit crazy. Like the only way to put it. There's going to be someday there's going to be a Behind the Bastards episode about him, and it's going to be like 5 parts long.
Yep. Anyway, shall we continue?
Yes, let's keep on going. We got sidetracked.
For the event here in Brussels, they've already raised 5 million euros for the event. Bill White has been on the news nonstop talking about how his party is getting bigger and bigger, starting with 5,000 people attending and now saying somewhere between 8 to 10,000 people. This massive event is taking over the main park in Brussels, which is called the Cinquantenaire. And not only is Bill White taking it over for, well, the event itself, but for many days before and many days after, and being allowed to do security checks all around the area of the park because nothing says freedom more than biometric facial scans. In response, Indivisible Belgium, which is a group I co-founded with a bunch of friends, and also Extinction Rebellion Belgium, have decided to do a counter-demonstration and event because, well, this is an absurd Trump grift going on in the heart of Europe. This protest, unfortunately, has really angered the ambassador to the point that he sent us an email from his private personal account.
Wait, so we would like to get in touch with you regarding your email. Wait, this is from Bill White. To my friend Zach Brown, what's your best email and number? Please do let us know because we know it. Wait. Please do let us know because we know it already. Okay.
Yep. And the part that I didn't show, because I didn't want to share their personal emails. Was he also emailed all of the security officials in Belgium from the national level all the way down to the local level, including the ones that are there for threats against VIPs?
But like, I don't even know what this. Please do let us know because we know it already. If he wanted to threaten you on that, couldn't he just like write directly to that email? And
Look,
what's this?
He sent this to me at literally 4:20 on a Sunday, and I have no idea what was going through this man's head.
And what's this thing about your email to his friend Zach Brown?
So, like most people do when there's an event that they don't want people performing at, we write letters to all of the performers. One of them dropped out, Neil Rogers, and then Katy Perry, who was also meant to be there, also dropped out. Not saying this has anything directly to do with our emails to them, which were just like heartfelt letters basically to be like, could you please not perform at the fascist event? Nothing scary, nothing threatening, just like heartfelt stories of stuff. And yeah, so it seems he just got the email that we sent to the Zach Brown band, which is a big country band, and yeah, decided to reach out to us personally.
Okay. Okay, let's see what comes
Also,
next.
CC and all the security services in the country.
Yeah.
Threatening one of our activists. Our activist who did the unthinkable thing of asking a band not to play at the event. Bill White's email basically implying that he is watching us. In bad news for Bill White, we are not doing our protest, and we are going to be holding it this Sunday, the 28th of June, right on the Schumann side of St. Contenaire Park. It is important that people show up and make their voices heard that fascism is not acceptable in Brussels, Belgium, or Europe, and that it is beyond all norms that an ambassador should be threatening his country's citizens abroad. So that's my story about how my friends and I got threatened by the US ambassador to Belgium, Bill White, and I hope to see you at the protest on Sunday.
I do like the wait. Okay, I can get back to normal interview mode. Boom. There we go. I do like the "we're watching you" kind of thing. This is like good because we're watching you too. It's kind of like I when I heard that, when I was listening to it while I was before the stream while I was doing something else, I was kind of imagining like him with his binoculars from the embassy and like you outside with your binoculars looking at him like, hey, we have our eyes on you as well. Like your 4th of July grift and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a whole thing, and I think the crazy thing is he has made himself such a lightning rod in this country in such a short amount of time, which is also the very Trumpy aspect of it. And you know, for the most part, we know that this guy is doing what so many people are doing across Europe. I mean, just over in Paris, you have Jared Kushner's father doing a very similar event. You also have this going on in basically every European capital. In Slovakia, they rented out a literal stadium for their Freedom 250 event. And so you should see, you know, if you're bored, go onto any of the US Embassy websites and you will not see any information about America 250. You will only see the Freedom 250 stuff, the grift. And this is, I think, you know, like, you don't want to be surprised anymore about Donald Trump or any of this shit, but grifting off of the 250th anniversary of the United States, like, it is just so over the top, guys. Like, it's such an immoral thing to be doing, and they're just doing it right in front of us, and that's their whole thing. The also amusing thing is they're having this massive event, and they basically only invited a handful, like probably less than 10 non-MAGA people to it. The rest are basically the elite of Europe, the Prime Minister, the Commissioner of the European Union, the Commission President, rather, Ursula von der Leyen, the NATO Secretary General, but also weapons manufacturers and the rich business owners who are on the right in Belgium. And Belgium has some very, very exciting far-right parties, both the MVA, the Flemish nationalists from the Prime Minister, Bart de Wever, but also a much more scary Flemish national, Vlaams Belang, who are just like straight up Flemish Nazis. So it's going to be a fun time.
It's funny how Belgium has this, like, because Belgium is like a split country that has the Flemish and the Wallonian side, and the Wallonia has much more of a set of policies against the far right that have been actually effective in Wallonia. There are no far right, like I don't think there are any serious far right parties in Wallonia that have any kind of sway that I'm aware of.
I think this has, I would say this has a lot to do with just kind of the still ramifications of like the big last far right party, like I mean like serious big one, the Rexis, which were like these really crazy fascist monarchists during the Second World War, and that kind of really killed a lot of that far right Wallonian energy for quite a while. Not to say that there aren't far right Wallonians or they don't exist, but the ability for them to like get together votes to make it happen, it's just not there.
But that's
And
the thing.
this
Is like if you have to point back to World War II to say they're like, oh yeah, we had far right people in World War II, and that kind of like the fallout from that has made us kind of reconsider the far right. That should be the case all over Europe.
I agree. I mean, I think Belgium also like nationally you have mandatory voting. You also have residential voting for a lot of the residents. And I think that also goes a big way to helping because not only so Belgium's very confusing, just accept it, just roll with what I'm about to say. So the country's basically split in half. You'll have Flemish parties and then you'll have Wallonian parties. This is split along the Dutch-French language lines. And this also means you have basically duplicates of every single political ideology party on both sides. So all the way from far left all the way to the far right. And then you also have a German-speaking community in the east in Ostbelgien. And this makes the country very, very split up and very kind of like, I don't want to use the term balkanized, but like, you know, there are particular columns in the society. It still operates also along a partial Ghent system, which basically means that social insurance and things are managed basically by mutuelles, which are unions, more or less, that are attached to particular political parties and ideologies. So Belgium has a lot of this old school structure of how you would set up a society to maintain a multi-party democracy that just doesn't exist anywhere else. Not saying like the Belgian system's perfect, but there's a lot of barriers for you to be able to like amass enough vote for you to ever govern by yourself, nevertheless in a big coalition that you have to deal with. And even though there's a far-right leader of Belgium right now, he's in a very, very large coalition, which means he can only move so far on things.
But the other thing is like there's like the fact that the country is split in half also means that there's two different like media ecosystems. The Belgian media and Wallonian media and Wallonian politics have a very strong what's called a cordon sanitaire, like the tradition not to platform the far right, not to work with any far right politicians. I saw an article earlier today that a bunch of cities and towns in Wallonia that are twinned with French cities that have a far right mayor have severed their ties with their twin city in order to not work with the far right mayor of that twin city. That's the kind of thing where I feel personally, for the last 15 years, ever since Jean-Marie Le Pen made it to the second round of the election in, was it 2006 or something like that? I don't remember. Maybe 2003? I don't remember. People have been starting to worry about the rise of the far right and have been starting to say like, oh, we need to do something about this. And that's been kind of the one of the party platforms of every party in European politics in every election since forever, like since in the last 10 or 15 years or so. And it's frustrating to me because like the model was basically there the whole time. Like it seems to be working there. There's like 3 countries where the far right did not have a strong foothold, and like Wallonia isn't even a country; it's half of a country. Ireland was another one that was doing pretty well until recently, and most of the recent stuff is mostly due to Elon Musk just like pushing every single neo-Nazi on Twitter to have the biggest platform possible. But it's like it's not you know, when you have someone like Mark Rutte when he was prime minister in the Netherlands, or Macron doing exactly the same thing in France, going like, I'm going to stop the far right by adopting about half of their policies. I'm just going to put like, you know, nicer language on them, but I'm going to have something that's like 95% of the National Rally's migration policy is going to be my campaign platform now. And that's what's going to stop the far right. And every single time, in every single instance, whether it's in the US or elsewhere, the best way to push far right parties when you're a politician who is trying to be against the far right is to adopt a half measure of their policy to tell your voters, by the way, they're right on this issue. That's what you're telling them every time you do that. And it's just so frustrating because it's not like it's a secret. It's not like we haven't seen it before. It's not like this hasn't been tried. They keep trying it and it keeps happening over and over and over again.
No, I think you're completely right. And it's a dismantling of civil society. It's a dismantling of party structures that used to do a lot of this. It's a dismantling of the seriousness that you need to take the Cordon Sanitaire, that you need to be extreme about it and extreme about making sure that the far right has no place in society, that has no ability to spread its venom, because that is the only way. We even had a few decades of reprieve from their nonstop kind of chaos. And this is what you can see. It just takes one big country to fall into the far right for things to get really crazy really fast. Yeah. And we have to understand that the more countries that fall to it, the worse it will get, because they work with each other endlessly. I think also the thing that's a good tell and warning is you see people like Giorgia Meloni, for example, who domestically governs in an incredibly draconian way, but tries to present herself as a moderate internationally. This is something also that Bart de Wever has been able to do quite effectively, because there is a further far-right party. He can just be like, well, I'm not a literal Nazi, and that's good enough for a lot of people, not understanding that like that allows us to move the bar way to the right. And this is how you get this creep. Just because Giorgia Meloni isn't the furthest fascist party doesn't make her not the thing that she is, or the things she's doing do not eclipse each other because she says, oh, I'm with the EU's general position on Ukraine or whatever else. We're still steadily creeping towards the normalization of the moderate fascist position, which is not a moderate position. It's still objectively a far-right one.
Yeah, just quickly replying to a couple of comments. Wizzy saying Spain too, which, yeah, that's the other one. It's like Ireland, Spain. I mean, Spain does have a far-right party, but they're not as big as in other countries. Also, Wizzy saying that it's also what Mertz tried to do. And I would put a slight nuance there. It's like, if Mertz hadn't become prime minister as a CDU politician, he would probably be in the AfD right now. Like he's been on the right wing fringe of the AfD since the 90s, since before Merkel was prime minister. If was a chancellor, sorry, not prime minister. I think Mertz is probably like, has probably come this close to leaving the CDU and going to the AfD multiple times in his career, would be my guess. Because he's not that far ideologically from them. So when you say like he tried to do that, it's more like he's adopting AfD policies because he likes the AfD policies. Anyway.
I would put it even further than that, in that the CSU, the Bavarian part of the CDU, is far right. I mean, even a few years ago when Manfred Weber took over the EPP group, he was coming out saying like we should build a literal wall around Europe, like the Trump-Mexico wall. So that was a few years ago. That's where they were at as like their kind of like normal high politician in their party. Metz is just the iteration upon that. So we really understand that like when we're saying like society moves to the right, it's all of the parties start being dragged along with this Overton magnetism towards the far right. And the CDU doesn't just become a slice of center-right and right-wing politicians. It becomes center-right all the way to far-right politicians. And then the far right of even the far-right parties also gets dragged. It's a dangerous thing because it also affects every single political party, because discourse starts to be based in these far right ideas and thoughts, and responses are being composed around far right framings of issues. Talk about migration or climate change or whatever, really.
Yeah, yeah, or like in France, it's like the debate about the burqa or the what was the name of the there was this like honestly completely unnecessary controversy around the type of dress that was Muslim coded that schoolgirls would wear. And it was like, oh, should we ban this thing because it's too conservative? And people were like comparing the dress, the Muslim coded version of the dress to like a normal dress that you can buy from Zara or something, from like normal retail. It's like, these are the same image. These are the same thing. What is that? Why is this a controversy because this is Muslim coded, as opposed to just, you know, a dress that covers that has long sleeves and a long dress. Like it's these weird things. I also feel like part of it, to go back to, and this is not specific to Russia or to Russian influence, but a lot of these controversies are being weaponized in a deliberate way. It's kind of like every time you see outrage around like a new video game, like happened with this God of War video game, it's like no one cares about this. The people who are making a lot of noise about this do not care about this. They just have realized over the last 20-ish years of social media being what it is, that outrage, even fake outrage, gets views, and they can just turn anything into a culture war if they push it hard enough. And I have a personal suspicion that a large part of that is also being amplified by Russian bots. Like one example would be Laura Loomer. Her engagement on Twitter has gone down almost 30% since she came out against Russian propaganda, where she was like, I can't believe that I fell for this. And overnight, her engagement just like fell off a cliff because the Russian bots were like disconnected from her account and reassigned to something else. Yeah.
I mean, I think also just to put one comment on that. We learned quite a while ago, I would say around 20 years ago, that one of the cheapest things for powers, as in governments, to do is just throw a lot of money at cyber warfare, because you can do things for on the cheap compared to like building a single jet or buying a bunch of tanks or missiles or even a bunch of drones. It's super cheap to hire a bunch of people to sit and troll on the internet. And now that you have the ability to have very, very sophisticated bots and large language models, you can do just like wildly crazy things with a very shoestring budget. Countries like Iran learned this, countries like North Korea, but like even before them, people around the world had figured out that this was the new game. And you have to understand that all of these powers are playing at this moment where there is massive instability amongst all the great powers. Russia stuck in a war that it can't get out of. The U.S. just literally lost a war. China's facing a demographic cliff in the near future because they did the crazy one-child policy. So it's like you have major groups. Europe as a whole is dealing with being slammed between both Russia and the United States and massive amounts of operations there. So there's just huge opportunity, even if you're slightly interested as a government, to kind of stir this up and try to make it move in your direction. One of the things that actually I think has consumed everyone's discourse is stuff around, for example, birth rates, and the idea that this has not only normalized this idea of like kind of the great replacement theory stuff, but more importantly, it has moved our discourse to now having conversations about like what women should be doing to have more babies because of this paranoid delusion that there's somehow a birth rate crisis when the global human population is still going up quite a lot right now. It's
to be fair about I've had many conversations about this with my family, because members of my family, it's not like replacement theory or anything like that, but they are like slightly freaked out about birth rates, and about like the decline of population decline within like the next few decades. And it's true that the models say like we are in the like reaching a plateau and most likely it's going to decline. The problem is you look at the human population going back like, let's see. I've done this on stream before, but let me just very quickly look at the thing. What do you think the population of Earth was in the year 1000?
Oh, it's quite low. It's like 200 million or something, right?
Yeah, it is 250 million. Okay.
Look at that.
1,100. Because the surprising thing, it's like for a very long time, it was not going up that fast.
No, it basically sits there till like 1900.
Yeah, in 1100, it's 300 million. In 1200, 360 million. 1300, still 360 million. I guess there was like a plague or something that, you know, slowed population growth down. 1400, 350 million. It went down for a little bit. We're getting to a point. I'm getting to a point very soon. I unaware of the specific dates of the Black Death and all of that. In 1500, 425 million to 450 million. 1600. Like these are this is the kind of population growth that we're seeing every decade nowadays. And right now we're observing them in like from, you know, when we go back 500 years, it was every 100 years it would grow by that much. 545 million in 1600. Let's see, 1700. Eventually it's going to start to pick up really, really fast. 1700, 600 million. 1800, I expect it to go a lot faster. 1800, 1 billion. So in 1700, 600 million, and then it not quite doubled, nearly doubled in 100 years. 1900, 1.6 billion, didn't quite double. 2000. Was it 7 billion in 2000?
I thought it was 6.6 or something.
6 billion in 2000. And now it's at 8 billion, only 25 years later. It multiplied by 4 in 100 years between 1900 and 2000, when before then it was multiplying at most by 1.5. At most for the entire last 1,000 years. So when we're worried about population growth slowing down in these decades, like between now and like 2050 or 2100 or something, it's not so much that we should be freaked out about the population growth slowing down. We should have been freaked out about how quickly the population was exploding worldwide for the past 100 years. That was the anomaly. It's not the plateau and the slowdown that we're seeing now, the anomaly. It's the last 100 years. And that's what should have freaked us out. But instead, what we did is that we built an entire civilization, and every single element of that is not only built on the assumption that population growth is going to be as fast as it's been for the last 100 years, it depends on population growth remaining that fast. Retirement funds.
Also, a lot of that population growth being in places where there's a lot of really poor people who are willing to do jobs for very little money in millions and tens of millions. So it's like it's all of these things at the same time.
That too, but that's the thing, is like our retirement funds, our cheap manual labor, virtually everything relies on a constantly booming population growth that was obviously, it's not just that it was unsustainable, it was like cancer level unsustainable. This was like invasive species destroying its environment levels of unsustainable. And we were like, this is cool. Let's just make our every aspect of our civilization reliant on that being the case, so that we really, so that basically, if the population starts to slow down, our entire systems start to collapse as a result. Like it's this crazy thing where it's like we needed to find a way out of that, but instead we built obstacles to getting out of this like spiraling, increasing population. It's like we maximized for the worst possible outcomes. And the reality is now we actually should worry to some extent about the population going down too fast, because we're going to have to reorganize every single aspect of our economy and politics and society to account for that. And that's going to take a lot of time, like rearranging like the structure of the funding of retirement accounts. That's going to take a lot of time. And it wouldn't be the case. It wouldn't be this huge emergency if we hadn't made incredibly stupid decisions in the last 100 years.
Yep, we are victims of our own success, unfortunately, and poor planning. Poor planning. The idea, it is a very like 19th, 20th century idea. It's like everything will be bigger forever, forever. Don't talk to me about how big the Earth is. But I also think the other thing that's kind of even more silly about this is that while global population growth was going up, if you look, like, if you go through like the 1800s or 1700s or a lot of the early 1900s, you can see that, like, if you look on a country by country level, populations were not going up all the time in every country because there was wars and famines, and we only very recently have gotten out of persistent famine in most countries. So the world that we live in, this moment in 2026, is just a relic of like the last 80 years or so, and everything was structured around this idea of like the fantasy version of how the world works, that everything will always grow and get bigger and better. And this is just impossible. But I mean, for me, I'm not a big doomsayer about this, because a lot of the problem, at least around like, you know, social welfare and stuff like that, that has a lot more to do with just accepting new norms of how we finance things, in the same way that, you know, around the time of the World War II, we were having ideas like Keynesian economics, and we're moving over to like fiat economies because we realized having things pegged to gold or other bullion was just like an absurd idea when you needed to literally like spend money to do things. And if you have the ability to do things, you need to just spend the money and make the money accepted that it's real. And we'll just have to do basically the exact same thing with all of our retirement funds. Would just be like, governments have to say, for example, spend out of your central banks directly. And that's just considered non-inflationary spending, because as a society, internationally, we agreed old people shouldn't starve to death. And I think we can get there. It's not the most radical take, but it would be a major hump to get over for banks to get on board with this.
It would be nice. At the same time, one of the problems is that the reality, unfortunately, is that the reason why we built our economy and society on that population growth is because it was good for the standard of living, especially the standard of living of people in the global north. You and me. You know, we are, you know, we're born towards the end of that reality, probably. But now we're going to have to reckon with either continuing to elect politicians who are like, how can we, you know, incentivize women to continue to have as many children as possible so that we can continue on this train to the apocalypse, or vote for parties who are going to be saying, hey, we are going to take the measures that need to be taken to like take us off that train, but that's going to harm your standard of living and your comfort and all of these things. And a lot of people are going to be like, why the hell would I vote for the person saying that they're going to hurt my standard of living? You know, the people who understand what's happening are gonna get behind that. But you know, the reality is most of the voting population is not particularly plugged into politics, and they're just going to be like, I'm already struggling in a lot of ways. You're telling me you want to make that worse? No, I'm going to vote for the person who's going to continue to think in the short term. And this is a problem for, like, you know, my children, my grandchildren, when it's probably going to be a problem for them 20 years down the line.
Honestly, that might even be the optimistic way to put it. I think, with the big resurgence of just outright climate denial again, it's people just are willing to accept the narrative that it just isn't happening, that it's a woke delusion, and politicians are selling that, and people are willing to take it up. Or even the people that still accept it on the right, they'll present it as something that can be like still managed or pushed off a bit, or not accepting like the real climate changed world, but thinking it's still something in the future that we can put off. The other thing that kind of like drives me nuts about this is the amount of people that are going to need to move because of climate change related things, like, for example, the sea level rising in a lot of places. For example, my home state of Louisiana is going to be half underwater by 2050, 2060 at the latest. Minimum, it will require 2.2 million people to be moved and relocated just in this one state of around 6 million people. So just think of that. That's one US state, and it's not the only one that's going to have to deal with that. Spread that out to entire countries and the entire world. We're going to have to be relocating massive, truly massive amounts of people. This is going to be a big pain and cause a lot of effort, but it's also going to create huge amounts of opportunity because people from different parts of the world are going to need to move, and this will help to refill all the populations into more dense settings, which ultimately will help provide services in a much more efficient way, but for very terrible reasons, unfortunately, of course.
Wizzy is saying is talking about like the abortion bans that we're starting to talk about, and I haven't seen the abortion debate being directly linked to this in rhetoric yet, or at least not in a kind of mainstream debate yet. But I do expect it to happen very soon. Right now, the rhetoric to address this issue coming from the politicians who want to be pronatalist and want to push the birth rates to get back to what they were a few years ago. Is to say like, oh, we're going to it's and by the way, it's never raising the minimum wage or any of the policies that would make it actually more affordable for people to wants to have children. It's more like stuff like Poland or Hungary was doing, where it's like, oh, we're going to give money to families that have children. So instead of like fostering the conditions for people to go like, hey, I can afford to have a child now, so I'm going to have one. It's more like, I'm poor, and if we have children, we're going to get money from the government, which is like kind of a backward, like that's literally like putting it, that should be exactly the other way around. But yeah.
You do have to enjoy that when you and I were little, the right-wing politicians were being like, poor people are having too many children and taking welfare. Yeah. And now they've 180 flipped that one because of their paranoias. And also, I have to say, you're selling Mr. Viktor Orban short. It's have 3 Hungarian babies and you don't pay income tax anymore.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
And by the way, it didn't work. It didn't work.
There's something that you mentioned a while ago in this conversation that I forgot to react to, because I also talked about this with Femi the other day, is the idea of you mentioned the Belgian prime minister who's like, hey, I can't be that far right because look, Vlaams Belang are much scarier than I am. And I think that's on purpose. The more I watch far right parties, the more I see these like more radical splinter groups forming. The Zemmour in France, Heimat has been around for a long time in Germany, but like they kind of play a similar role. Restore, not even Reform. Like Reform is like the mainstream far right party now, and Restore is like the splinter group that's more scary. I'm starting to think that the rift that they supposedly base their parties on is purely artificial, and that they are a strategic boogeyman to legitimize the slightly less far-right version of their party.
So I don't think that needs to be true for them to still operationalize it like that. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, so for example, the Restore thing, I think Nigel and Rupert Lowe have like a legitimate beef. They go at each other way too viciously to not do that. But this is also the reality and benefit of this existing as a situation regardless, right? So it doesn't matter if like Eric Zemmour's thinking in like a very strategic sense of like, I can pull all the French politics to the right if I can pull RN down to the right, or like with Heimat or any of these other people. It's that the smart parties that want to be doing those things can play the game of that. The like, I'm more respectable. I'm the respectable right. Because that's another thing that these far right parties have been trying to do. They've been really trying to replace the existing center right and right wing parties. So if they're able to present themselves as not far right because there's like a literal neo-Nazi party, it becomes very easy for them.
For sure. But I also, like, the thing
There's
is,
a cat.
yeah, sorry, I just fed my cats.
Wait, we need the cat camera. I've got you, chat.
So, unfortunately, I can't give you the cat camera because there's a heat wave and the cat camera literally overheated. Let me see if I can reconnect it. But what was I saying?
See, climate change is keeping you from cats on the internet. And that's why we need to get rid of all the AI processing plants.
Yeah, no, it's not turning on. Maybe battery power low. Yeah, no, it's dead. Unfortunately, next time. Yeah, I have cat food goo.
I look like Dr. Morandi. I don't think I look like this guy.
Yeah, someone earlier said that you look like, and this is mostly because of your background and your white shirt, you look like the angry video game nerd. And I googled him, and I have to say I kind of see it again because of the background and the shirt. Let me, if you
wait, who is this guy?
Open in a new tab. I'll send you a an image on Discord, and I'll put it on stream.
Oh, you guys are gonna make me self-conscious now.
Wait, I can just send you the image itself rather than the link to the image.
Also, Stan, I'm gonna have to leave you soon because I'm literally melting in front of the camera. Yeah. It's so fucking hot.
There you go. Check your
Discord.
Discord.
No, I don't look like him.
No, you don't. But like the white shirt and the background makes it look like you're trying to look like him.
It does. But I think his background's cooler than mine. He's got little arcade things. I just have Lego. Yeah. So you decide.
But yeah, no, it's the same thing with like this thing of far right. Like when I see supporters of the further right party going, oh, they can't be far. They're not far right because they're not as far right as I am, or the other way around. The far right party saying, I'm not far right because look how crazy these people are. I never took it seriously. I never tried to engage with it in a. But at the same time, when I replied to those comments, I tried to make points that made sense. And it's like, I don't think it is a good faith argument at all. In the same way that every single time there's a discussion of banning the AfD, you have all of these AfD supporters that come and say like, oh, look at how anti-democracy this is. It's not very democratic to want to ban your opposition. And I used to make the points of like, Hitler was elected. This is the measure against that. This is how you protect a democracy. You can make that point like 50,000 times. They don't care. Like this is a talking point that basically what they're doing is like, they're doing not the AfD, but like the supporters will take like all of the positions that are like very much can be legitimately banned. And like the AfD is just trying to go as close to the line as possible. Like for example, like Heimat supporters will actually take all of the positions that would make them the perfect candidate for like something that would be completely legal to have in a democracy, because they want to bait the attempts to ban them, and then they can say, "Oh, look at how anti-democratic this is." It's like it's not like that. That is not a good faith thing, or like the people who say that in good faith are people who are just like have fallen for a complete troll way of thinking about this, which is frustrating because like it's an easy point to make, but it's like a room temperature IQ. Not it's a winter room temperature, not heat wave room temperature IQ. kind of a way of thinking about it.
No, I agree, and I really this is kind of their strategy of hijacking the kind of debate space and the kind of marketplace of ideas, if you will, this concept. And I think what I've decided how I respond to this kind of thing is that you just have to be stern and be like, in a democracy, you can only have democratic parties. You can't have anti-democratic parties because we went through that roller coaster before in history. It didn't turn out well. Like it's not a theoretical thing. It's not a debate club. It is the real history of the world that actually happened. And when the fascists get in power, they do horrifically evil shit. And as we're seeing, like even incompetent fascists like the Trumpists are capable of doing ridiculously bad things. I mean, if you look at just the number of dead from the USAID stuff, it is shocking amounts of dead people. But also, I would also say the other thing that I think they're very adept at doing, especially if they have one or two like clever, charismatic leaders, is they can present themselves to kind of mainstream society, progressive and liberal society, as like normal people, as charming, as funny. That's something that Bart DeVever does really well. He's like, I speak Greek and Latin. I'm into history and the classics. Look at me. I lost a lot of weight and I dress in very fancy suits now. I'm a cool guy, right? And so he just comes across as kind of like quirky and odd and a little charming. But in the reality is, it's like, this guy leads a far-right party. His members and politicians are meeting up with other far-right parties. The story I mentioned in the video about the illegal circumcisions, that was one of the NVA's politicians going behind the court system of Belgium to appeal to the United States government, to the Trumpists, to weigh in and interfere with a legal case going on in Belgium. That's the level of kind of shit that's going on. But because Bart DeVever can go and do one of his very rare interviews and charm someone once every month or two, people just forget about it. And then again, he can point and be like, look, I am not literally the Vlaams belong. So I'm just your quirky far right. I'm the acceptable far right. I'm the acceptable right now because I'm just the right. And this is something you see also, you'll see in my comments and your comments. Not far right, just right. Like, this is the mantra they need to get into people's heads so that you can mentally replace your spectrum of where parties fall with them no longer being unacceptable, with them now being inside the Overton window. They are just a regular part of the scenery. When in reality, if you want to defend a democracy, if you want to have this very delicate thing that we have in, a lot of Europe, but also a lot of the world, you have to be really fucking serious about saying no fascists. No fascists can participate in the system. And there's nothing anti-democratic about it. The most democratic thing is to say that you can't have fascists in your system and literally ban them. And this is something that I'm deeply frustrated about, for example, with both Austria and Germany that has laws that prohibit fascist parties from not actually using the constitutional mechanisms put into their systems to literally obliterate parties like the AfD, like Heimat, like the FPÖ. These are like absurdly far-right parties. They're going to like the funerals of old SS members. Like, this is just stuff that goes on all the time. But of course, because they have managed to pollute the debate space, that if you do something against them, it's anti-democratic. It's anti-democratic to protect the democracy. Like that is the trickery that's at play. And honestly, you need to have politicians that are willing to just fucking govern and not listen to this nonsense and just be like, no, we're just gonna fucking do it. And then just take whatever blowback it is, but you have to do the thing to protect your democracy. That's why you gave yourself the mechanisms in the first place to do such a thing.
Yeah, but you see, they might get blamed afterward. Like, they might get lose an election. So, protect democracy.
Our democracies are at risk.
An election, hard to do. But yeah, no. Just a final point, and then I'll ask you another question before you finish melting off camera. But on this thing, what you were saying about the being like charismatic and all of that is, you have the politicians doing that, but even on the very, very far right end of the spectrum, it's kind of like they play with this idea that the only people that you can call Nazis are like the very angry, constantly screaming people who actually have shaved heads and have swastikas on them and are doing Nazi salutes and are, the that's what a Nazi is. Those are the people that you can call Nazis according to Nazis. But then you have people like Curtis Yarvin, who is like virtually indistinguishable from a Nazi, but he like, you know, he's like a very calm, well-spoken person who wears a leather jacket at the New York Times podcast interview that he does. And, you know, the guy's a massive dork. But if he weren't a fascist, like, I could see someone going like, hey, he sounds fun to hang out with. I was just right before stream watching a documentary about neo-Nazis, and at one point, one of them is asked like, hey, who do you listen to for your views? And he points to an influencer. And the guy, like, if you didn't know what his views were, you just listened to him speak. He's pretty calm. He's well-spoken. He seems like a chill dude. And he's not like obviously a neo-Nazi. And that's the thing that they're trying to do, is like do this thing where it's like the Nazis are both these people who are like unapproachable, obvious monsters, and also, but that's the way to distract from the fact that they can also be like chill, normal looking dudes who where it's not immediately obvious. And if you say like that dude's a Nazi, I'm sure that someone who hasn't picked up on it yet would be like, no, how can he be a Nazi? He's a chill dude. It's like those can be compatible, weirdly enough.
I think also this is the Hollywood nature of how we understand fascism. From the beginning, fascism had many tendencies. Not all fascists were Nazis. Still all fascists are not Nazis. There's a whole lot of flavors, both in the modern version and in the classical version. And the idea that every Nazi is going to be wearing a uniform from 1942, goose stepping in front of you is a bit absurd, because even in that time period, there were many different kinds of characters selling fascism in many different kinds of ways. Everything from self-help books for parenting and fitness stuff, just like now, to the full-on, like, let's join a paramilitary kind of stuff. And these were all different avenues to get people into fascism, and still are. And this is why we need to be much more expansive in our understanding of what this political ideology is, and treat it just like any other political ideology that's a big one, that it has many different kind of followers, many different kind of iterations, many different ways it can exhibit itself, but also that it will be constantly changing and iterating on itself. Fascism is, while not very creative on lots of things, is very good about innovating how it presents itself to people. And we've seen this again and again and again.
Yeah, Amirali is asking about banning communist parties. Like, what about communist parties? Not that I support banning the far and extreme left, but it is an interesting question to ask. And honestly, if a communist party is like, hey, we, if elected, we will ban the, we will control elections and ban all opposition and all of that, like, the low IQ take is like conflating banning the opposition with banning anti-democratic parties. And like, that's the thing that, you know, the people who make that point of like, oh, it's not democratic to ban the AfD are making. It's like, those are not the same thing. If a party's goal is to get rid of democracy, that party should not be running in the democratic system. And that's true for communist parties. It's true for fascist parties. And that is not the same as banning the opposition. That's what they want to do if they get their way. Of course, they will never announce that that's what they want to do, because otherwise they would be banned a lot faster. So they'll kind of like play around with the words. I see that you are continuing to melt, so I'm going to bring this back all the
just
way
one
around.
one last point on that is also lots of communists and far left people are also democratic. Like this is
of course.
this. So it's like the idea is that, like, if you want to participate in the democracy, you need to be believing in the democracy. That doesn't mean you can't touch it or radically change how your democracy functions, but you have to be into the democracy as a whole and understand that you have to have democratic buy-in. You have to do things within the legal framework of however your system is or however you change it to be, but also not act in authoritarian ways that will lead to mass death and genocides. And right now, we live in a world where the only real danger is from a bunch of fascist parties, and outside of the few kind of relic communist societies that exist around the world, That's just not a thing that's happening right now, guys. It's a purely kind of political science debate topic of like, would we have to also ban the Communist parties? It's like none of them are remotely close to getting anywhere near power, guys. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah. Wizzy is saying that's not communism. That's not the definition of communism. Like, I'm not saying that's the definition of communism. I'm saying that there are absolutely communist parties who are anti-democratic. Not all communist parties, which is what you just said. But yeah, important to like highlight that. So before you finish melting, going back to your wonderful U.S. ambassador to Belgium friend. So if you take his threats that you are being watched at least semi-seriously, like I guess that's the question, is like, how seriously do you take that threat? And what do you expect, if anything, to come from this situation?
I think, this happened like 2 weeks ago, so I feel like since there hasn't been anything else, we're probably in the clear. I think it really depends on how much of a tantrum he shows up and if his party goes very well. If a lot of people don't show up and he has a bad time and he looks like he felt like he lost faith, I could see him coming back for us again because he'll just have it in his head that we've done something to him. It also means that further actions that we have that involve Trump or anything around that, especially more stuff that Bill White will inevitably do, he will know who we are and what we're doing. So I think it's just given us a more realistic understanding of how open activism, even for Americans living abroad in very safe countries like Belgium, is also still dangerous, and you shouldn't take it lying down. You should also make sure that you're not letting it happen sitting down. The reason that I made my video, the reason that some journalists have reported on it is because if this was just happening as a behind the doors threat where only us and all of the security services in the country and Bill White knew, that it also doesn't really protect us. It's much better to have this information out there so people can know ahead of time that we're being literally targeted by a government official, by the US. Whether it's a serious threat to actually like he's going through our phones or whatever, I don't think so. I think he was just trying to give us regular scares. But this shows you the danger level in a safe country. Imagine what it's happening in the US. And very much I've seen this happen with other authoritarian regimes. For Turkey, Erdogan, very, very intense about going after his diaspora. Iran, very intense about going after their diaspora. And it's many governments like this.
Yeah, you brought a couple of relevant examples, especially to this channel in particular. So I hope that your optimism and your chill attitude is correct, because it would kind of suck if you got disappeared off of Belgian streets and showed up a few months later in a propaganda video of the Trump administration, being like,
if I do, monetize my disappearance, guys. Monetize it.
Yeah. I was reading about this happening to a North Korean defector who I think in 2014 she defected to South Korea, became a TV star in South Korea, and then 2017 she disappeared, and she popped up in a North Korean propaganda video a few weeks later, going like, "Oh, I was human garbage for lying about the dear leader while I was away," and stuff like that. Yeah, I hope that is not what's in store for you, my friend.
Me too. But right now, we just have to prepare for our big protest on the 28th, this Sunday, and hopefully it'll be a big turnout. We've got a bunch of groups working with us. Cuba Solidarity. We have people from one of the flotillas that went to Gaza. We have Extinction Rebellion Belgium, a whole bunch of people coming out. So for us, it's really been a good way, this whole fiasco, building connections with both the other American diaspora organizations, but also all these Belgian and European groups as well. Because for us, this is the battle. It's a transnational battle against fascism, and we need to be very networked and organized to be able to do things. And we do that through actions like this demo, but also a million other ways that we can work towards a better and brighter future. Because every day the fascists are doing the exact same thing with more resources and money and time. So we have to be doing just as much or more with less and try 50 times as harder.
Yep. Sounds very cool. I'm kind of jealous that I won't be able to come. But yeah, have fun and yeah, maybe I don't know if you can set up a live stream from there, but that would be fun.
I will. I was thinking about doing that. I'll let you know how it goes. And also, if your people want to follow me, you can find me on Road to Rota Media on basically all the platforms. And Stan is one of the best content creators on all the platforms with Barely Informed.
Thank you.
So no, very true. You know that. And yeah, so hopefully the stream can work. But honestly, I have no idea with the security situation. They like to run all the cell phone jammers, so usually that kills people's data.
Fair enough. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump
I'm
off
gonna
because
choke
I am
while you melt.
so hot.
So yeah. Since I'm not gonna be able to finish speaking while I finish inhaling my own saliva, so let's leave it there. And thanks for joining.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye.
See ya. Always fun to have Hunter on. Okay. I'm gonna stay in this chat just in case, I don't know, Tryon or someone joins later. I did have a couple of messages that I needed to check elsewhere if I have anything important that I missed. Okay. I'll deal with this later. Nothing too important. What shall we look at? Oh wait, I need to switch back to this on the vertical stream. It's too much stuff to handle at the same time to do both vertical and horizontal. So this is the documentary I mentioned for people who weren't here at the start of the stream. The ultra-right neo-Nazis, which is kind of a, you know, repeating yourself. The ultra-right neo-Nazis of today, the new terrorist threat witness is the YouTube channel. Solid stuff. I haven't finished it, but solid stuff. I will want to watch this, but maybe we could do that next stream. Because I also wanted to watch this Palestine thing. We didn't finish this, but I think we got the gist of it. And I also wanted to have a quick look at this AFD news that came out earlier yesterday or the day before. Let me see if I can find it. It was something like AFD private think tank ban, something like that. There you go. Is this it? This is from 6 hours ago, so I'm gonna open this. This is not the news that I saw because it was from yesterday. New report suggests a potential ban. Is this just... This is gonna be in German.
Let's delve deeper into this. Political and communications consultant.
Ah, it's the AI voice autodub. Never mind. I cannot put myself through that. AFD ban report. Ban report. My stream endurance has slightly gone up, but it's also that I'm leaving on a trip the day after tomorrow. And I wanted to cover a lot of things before leaving, because by the time I come back, there's going to be a lot of other things to cover, and it's always hard to keep up. But also, yeah, the... Ooh. Yeah, my endurance is slowly building up over time. Okay, I know that I've seen the article on Instagram, so let me look for it there. Okay. German civil rights group finds enough legal evidence to justify far-right AfD ban. I'm just gonna open this post and then we can read this the thing. The article that we opened in another tab. Boom. So this I already read. This is going to be
Widrig im Sinne des Artikel 21 Absatz 2 des
The AfD is unconstitutional under Article 21, paragraph 2. Wait, who is this guy? His name was on screen for a second.
Grundgesetzes. Das bedeutet, dass ein zulässiger Verbotsantrag.
It's annoying that we can't rewind. Society for Civil Rights, GFF. Bijan Moini. Bijan Moini. Society for Civil Rights. Would be nice if I could have this guy in an interview. Oh, I saw this thing when I was yes. So this was what we were looking at. After a year-long review, our findings are in. Evidence prove the AfD is unconstitutional. Our AfD report is the most rigorous examination of the party ever undertaken, and it gives politicians and the public the clarity they have been waiting for. A case to ban the AfD would, in all likelihood, succeed, which is what I'm guessing this would be, likely successful. A new report by legal experts has found that efforts to ban the German far-right Alternative for Germany could be successful, but there would be political dangers to such a move. Political dangers to such a move is coward centrist politicians not wanting to protect their own democracy if it costs them their political career. That's what it means. Anyway, so this sounds dramatic, and there was another thing that I had bookmarked, and let me look for it, where exactly it was. I'm gonna have it in my saved thingies. Oh, it seems the building that was collapsing in the video that we saw at the start of the stream was indeed AI. Interesting. Which is why I was right to be skeptical. I mean, to be surprised by the way the building was falling. Like I said, I've never seen a building actually fall in any other way than straight down. Yeah, give me a second. There was something about a court ruling, but it was on only one state of Germany that the AfD could be surveilled, legally speaking. Anyway, I won't find it. The problem with these things is, like, it's kind of going back and forth, and this sounds like a very dramatic, very optimistic news towards basing towards banning the AfD. But if you watch the interview that I did with the journalist from Corrective, the German investigative journalism outlet that broke the news of the, what was it called? What they called it, the remigration strategy meeting that they had with neo-Nazis and CDU politicians. In that interview, we discussed what would happen if they tried to ban the AfD. And the problem is, it's a really, really long process. The problem is, it would have to be like, you would have to first introduce this, and it would be debated and it would be voted on, and that would trigger another legal review by like the Constitutional Court that would take, I don't know how, like, first of all, the political process would trigger like a review of the evidence in Parliament, and then once they voted on, if they vote majority to ban it, which, you know, unclear if the CDU would support that, that would trigger the court to do their own thing, and they would have their own independent investigation, redoing the work that this organization did and redoing the work that the BFV, which is the official government bureau that surveils threats to democracy in Germany, did. And they would have to come to the same conclusion, and then they would be like a court decision, and then there would possibly be a trial, and after that there would be appeals. It's a years-long process, and if this were to move forward, it wouldn't arrive at a conclusion anytime within the next, definitely not before the next general election, maybe even like 2 election cycles. Maybe there would be 2 elections before this actually reaches a conclusion. So there's still a lot of wiggle room for the AfD if they manage to win an election off the back of, oh, look at, we're being persecuted by these people who want to ban us. And if that manages to energize their base to you know, push them over the finish line and actually take control of government, they could just do exactly what Trump did, where like he was very likely to go to prison if he didn't win the last presidential election. But as soon as he got to the White House, every single investigation was dropped. Every single trial and court case was dropped against him. So, you know, it's good that more stuff like this is coming out. And it's good to continue to be optimistic and to continue fighting, continue doing more. If we we lose every battle that we don't try. But it's hard to be fucking optimistic in the current political landscape. It's just so frustrating. So yeah, I say, like, you know, I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying to lose hope. But just moderate your expectations. There's a lot more to be done than just proving that they're a danger to democracy in order to ban them, unfortunately. When was this? This was in May. The Far European Sovereign Nations Party, home of Alternative for Germany, could be outlawed for failing to uphold EU values. I think there was also something about the Patriots for Europe, the far right European Parliamentary Group, was found to have not just failing to uphold EU values, but was found to have like misused European funds in a bunch of ways. Like the far right are, in addition to being fascist, they're corrupt fascists always. So wonderful. The ESN party is a separate legal entity from the ESN political group in the European Parliament, which is home to 7. Okay. Anyway, yeah, no, there's so much to do. Like we waited too long to let the fascists be entrenched at the German level, at the French level, at the British level. They're really starting to take hold. Netherlands, Austria, Italy, Sweden. And in the European Union, in the EU Parliament. And yeah, we waited too long. We kind of, I mean, not we, because we have been warning about it, but the centrists have let their guard down, thinking like, oh, there's no way that this is going to be a problem ever again. Guess what? It's a problem. So yeah. Anyway, shall we watch this Channel 5 Palestine video? Are you hyped for this? Have you heard about this video? Have you seen it already? At the British level, we have the Greens, who are quite holding tight. Yeah, no, they're like, that's the thing, is like the Greens are growing right now because the Labour Party is collapsing, and the Labour Party is collapsing because they're trying to emulate the Conservatives while the conservatives are slowly caving to the far right. So it's kind of like, you know, this huge like sandcastle that's like slowly just falling. And yeah, you have a you know, reaction on the left that is trying to say like constantly caving to the right and the far right isn't working. It hasn't worked. It never worked anywhere. We need to stop doing this. And they're getting pushback from the liberals while the liberals are just collapsing under their own weight because they have no spine. They are literally, you know, when you do not have a spine, that's what you do. You like your body just melts. And while they're doing that, they're wagging their finger at the actual anti-fascist resistance for being, oh, you're too extreme. It's like, well, I have my annoyances and gripes with you know, people being annoyingly extreme on the far left. And it is annoying, but holy shit, if the alternative is just not have a spine and cave to the far right at every single opportunity, I'll take the annoying far left people. I'm happy that voters are punishing labor. Yeah, and they deserve to be punished. And the Democratic establishment deserves to be punished. And it's really good that, you know, the Mamdani supported candidates won a bunch of primaries in New York this week. So yeah, we just need to. It's not so like looking at the U.S. It's not so much that wait, since we're not on this thing, I'm just gonna get in full screen. Looking at the US, it's not just that the Democratic Party establishment is spineless and has no vision for the future other than we will continue to make the economy kind of work the way it's supposed to, and yeah, we'll tweak around the edges and try to make things kind of you know, chug along. That's literally could have been a Chuck Schumer speech, essentially. It's not just that the Democratic Party establishment is weak and has no vision and has no spine. It's that Trump winning twice is an indictment on the people he won to. Losing to Trump is a... When Jean-Marie Le Pen reached the second round of the election in France, the prime minister at the time, who had been running in the same presidential election, called Lionel Jospin, the center-left prime minister, was so ashamed that the far right got more votes than he did and that he did not make it to the second round of the election, that he retired from politics forever and he never came back. And every single Democratic Party leadership figure who lost to Trump, not once, but twice in the last 10 years, should have done the same. They should have done, this is on us. This is an indictment on us. The fact that we have lost the confidence of the voters and we have completely left people uninspired to the point that they're voting for a giant orange blob over us. And that says something about our party, and we need to change course. So we are going to, you know, let the next generation come in. That's what they should have done. But instead they're like, oh no, it's the fault of the far left for being too woke and this and that. It's like, I would rather be woke, even cringe woke, than spineless and have no vision for the future. And that's also the reality that, you know, it's cringe woke is like not ideal, especially if you're trying to appeal to conservatives, but you can absolutely appeal to conservatives with a strong progressive left-wing vision if you know how to do it. The idea that the way to not lose too many voters to the far right is to have a center to center right position, and to adopt half measures of the far right is completely backwards. Because once again, I've said this many times, and I said this earlier in the stream, when you do that, you validate the far right's positions. And thinking that running a candidate who is further from the far right candidates than you are is worse because they're going to get fewer of the undecided voters is mistaken, because it's not like it works. It's not like gravity. It's not like they're going to vote for the closest politician that they align to on the left-right spectrum. The left-right spectrum doesn't. It's like it's a useful tool, but it's not real. It's not a thing. And right now, people are tired of the center. People do not want the center. People are sick of having the same centrist politicians who have been doing the same thing for the last 70, or at least for the last like 50 years since the 80s. And it's just like slightly different flavors of the same thing. They're tired of that. They want something else, and they're just as likely to vote for a far right fascist as they are to vote for a far left like social democrat, as long as they have a strong vision for the future that isn't spineless liberal centrism. And that's why Bernie would have been a better candidate. That's why Plattner, for all the we've talked about this on stream before, like the misgivings I have for mostly for his Nazi tattoo and stuff like that. Plattner is a much stronger candidate to go up against MAGA than any Schumer clone or Pelosi clone that they could have run instead of him. And that's the model that they need to continue adopting. Like, Mamdani is literally the most popular politician in the country right now, and Mamdani cannot run for president, but they need to find more Mamdanis. They need to find an army of Mamdani-style politicians, because those are the people who are going to save the Democratic Party from itself. I saw people voting for Die Linke and second vote AFD. And yeah, no, exactly. It's like, it's kind of like instead of it being like gravity, you vote for the party that is closest to you on the left right spectrum. Like, oh, I'm closest to the CDU, but my second vote would be for the SPD because they're like slightly further from me, but they're still like the closest one. It's more like the center is like a slippery oil patch or like an ice rink, and it's like you land in the middle and you're gonna slide to one side or the other because you're fucking tired of voting for these people. And so yeah, you could if it's not gonna be this party, you're just like slip to the other side and it's gonna go to the other non-centrist, as anyone but a liberal, basically. It's like vote blue no matter who. It's like the opposite of that is anyone but a centrist. Okay, now we can watch this.
This is an illegal settler within the Palestinian territories.
Now maybe we'll see him with the
This is an illegal settler within the Palestinian territories.
Now maybe we'll see him with the normal uniform, but in
Amorali saying, look at what I said upper there. The new left, the third way, was probably the worst consequences of Reagan and Thatcher's neoliberal. Yeah, no, absolutely. Is that what you wanted me to look at? I feel the right is winning because life has gotten so shitty and difficult due to neoliberalism, but I don't get why left anti-neoliberalism messaging isn't as successful. It's because how can I put this? very simply, it's because people are racist. It's because people are much more comfortable blaming foreigners than they are blaming billionaires. They don't want to blame billionaires because someone put it, I don't remember who said it this way, but it was like especially in the US, the lower class do not view themselves as an oppressed underclass. They view themselves as temporarily embarrassed billionaires. It's like they see themselves as they could one day be billionaires, but they will never be migrants. They'll never. They might be migrants. They might leave to another country, but they will never be migrants in the U.S. They will never be Mexican. They cannot see that as a similar thing. Whereas they could see themselves becoming billionaires. Of course, they are more likely to become migrants in another country than they are to become billionaires in anywhere, and they have more in common with the Mexican migrants that they hate than they do with the billionaires that they admire. But yeah, the messaging is easier when you're hating people who, and when appealing to hate of foreigners is a very effective political strategy, unfortunately. And it's also the other thing is, especially if you work in a two-party system, if the people preventing the more radical progressive left from actually running in the elections, the people gatekeeping that are the centrist liberal Schumer types, then you're not going they are the ones who are like, no, we can't do that because that's too risky. Meanwhile, every single possible bad outcome is already happening. So it's no longer a matter of that's risky because the danger is already happening. So trying something new when the worst possible outcome is in process, that's when you should try something. That's when it's doing something risky in that case is there is no risk. There's no downside because it's either continue the worst possible outcome or maybe something will be different if we try something different.
The night he wear the soldier uniform and he come back and start searching houses and interrogating people.
He is one among hundreds of thousands of people who've migrated from either Israel or abroad to assist in the active colonization of Palestine's West Bank, which begins less than 20 miles east of the Gaza Strip. He lives in a makeshift compound or an outpost settlement above a Palestinian village with a group of mostly teenagers who spend their free time attacking, terrorizing, sometimes killing and burning the homes of Palestinians at all hours of the night and day for reasons of their own.
I don't give a shit. So a settler is a person who decided to move to Palestine from the United States or any other part of the world because they are privileged that they have a Jewish roots in their families.
Isn't it technically in violation of the 1967 agreement for these settlements to exist?
Yes, exactly. And today when you hear in the news about what they call it the two-state solution, it's just a bullshit.
We must chart a course for a two-state solution.
Wait, Wizzy's saying Johnny Harris has a pretty decent video about classified and democracy. I would recommend for the next stream, maybe for the next stream. Is that a recent one? Because I saw one that he made about is fascism back or something like that. And it's one of the better videos that I've seen from Johnny Harris in a while, but I was also very frustrated by it. Maybe I could watch that one too. If you can send me the one you have in mind on send it to the media Discord channel. I'll save it for when I'm back from my reporting trip.
There can be a better future.
Oh, look, a bunch of spineless liberals who did nothing about a horrible situation.
It's just a bullshit.
We must chart a course for a two-state solution.
There can be a better future.
France is pushing a three-pronged plan to make statehood a reality.
يعني قد ما حكينا وبنطلب في هالعالم إنها يعني تساعدنا ما حدا.
Meanwhile, all of those politicians continued to fund the Israeli government while the Israeli government is continuing to support everything that we're seeing happening in this video and a bunch of other stuff.
ساعدنا على إنه بس يردعوا عنا اليوم الصبحيات دعسوا من الدواجن بطة وقبل فترة دعسوا كلاب وغنم وكانوا يجيبوا لنا فطايس من عندهم يفطسن ويرموا لنا اياها باب الدور.
Wait, I just realized that the subtitles are being covered by my camera, so let me read that out loud. Or maybe just move the camera. Give me a sec. God damn it, that's annoying. Okay. Wait, how do I... Where's the camera? This. Boom. I'll just move it here, and it'll probably hide some faces instead, but at least we'll be able to read the subtitles. Lebanon, Iran, Syria. No, exactly. Like all the politicians who were like, yeah, Netanyahu's government is so bad, blah, 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 and do nothing. Continue to do nothing about it. I'm not saying anything new here. It's just completely disheartening.
To make statehood a reality.
يعني قد ما حكينا وبنطلب في هالعالم انها يعني تساعدنا ما حدا مساعدنا على انه بس يردعوا.
No one can keep these people away from us.
عنا اليوم الصبحيات.
Earlier this morning they ran over one of the ducks.
دعسوا من الدواجن بطة وقبل فترة دعسوا كلاب وغنم.
Yeah, like every week I see a couple of news stories about settlers who just like went into a Palestinian a village and killed a bunch of sheep and dogs and
وكانوا يجيبوا لنا فطايس من عندهم يفطسن ويرموا لنا اياها باب الدور.
Palestinian communities, brutal assaults caught on camera.
Oh, come on, don't.
And people, of course.
Drawing international criticism.
Whenever you see videos of settlers attacking villages around here, where are these settlers coming from? Are they coming from nearby colonies, different countries, from inside the state of Israel itself?
You know, most of these settlers are actually coming from abroad.
Our pre-production advisor, who has extensive experience filming settlers, told us that while quite dangerous, we'd be safe around them as long as we kept the cameras rolling.
Your camera will have an almost prophylactic effect, to some extent a cone of safety, because the settlers and the IDF who are protecting them don't want to be filmed.
At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun provided by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, an outspoken religious supremacist who believes in the total annexation of historic Judea.
Amirali, to me, it's not Bibi's government, it's Israel and Zionism as a whole. You probably know my views on Palestine already. No, of course it's not Bibi's government. Like, the problem is, for anyone who wants to see, like, a political solution to this, it's like, oh, we just need, even Chuck Schumer, again, and I don't want to constantly be talking about Chuck Schumer specifically, but, like, Chuck Schumer, he was one of the most pro-Israel politicians in the Democratic Party, which is saying something. And he was a few months, like a year or two ago, in like the first 6 months of the genocide, was saying we need to make sure that there's new elections in Israel as soon as the war in Gaza is over, something like that. It's like new elections won't do anything because literally even the opposition party is the main opposition figure, whose name I forget, supposedly center-left politician. He does interviews with the New York Times where he's basically, in terms of, maybe he has different domestic positions for like taxation and stuff like that, but in terms of the Palestinian issue, he has the same positions as Netanyahu. Maybe he doesn't have the same positions as Ben-Gvir or Smotrich, but Netanyahu is not an extremist in Israel when it comes to Palestinians. Netanyahu is not an extremist in Israel on virtually any issue. He's an extremist to anyone with eyes, but unfortunately, in the Israeli political landscape, there is no non-Netanyahu government that would have a better position. So people who want to blame Netanyahu's government and people who make it about Netanyahu's government, like sometimes I talk about like Netanyahu's government as a way of making sure, like as a way of clarifying that I'm not making this about Jews and stuff like that, that this is a political conversation, not an anti-Semitism issue. But the reality is, unfortunately, in the current Israeli political landscape, there is no alternative. And the reality is just like the entire Israeli project and the entire project of Zionism since 48 and before has been to dispossess Palestinians of their land, and that is the root of the problem. You can kind of like nibble around the edges and say like, oh, maybe it should have been done slightly better. Maybe we shouldn't have killed so many people. Maybe we shouldn't have done this and that. But at the end of the day, you're still dispossessing people of their land. And my cat very clearly agrees with me, don't you? Hey, if it's cat approved, it must be true.
As it was once called within the Kingdom of Israel over 2,700 years ago. Welcome to Israel. We are the...
He was assassinated. Yeah, encouraged by, what was his name again? Netanyahu had been like railing against this guy for a while and saying that, yo, he hated Israel, etc. And then the guy got assassinated and Netanyahu was like, oh, it wasn't my fault.
Landlords. They came with much pride, as big heroes. Look at how they look now. Not heroes and not anything. Terror supporters.
Itamar Ben-Gvir taunts activists who'd been detained from a Gaza aid flotilla.
Well, what happened was post-October 7th, Ben-Gvir authorized the release of larger numbers of high-caliber firearms.
Yeah, and morally, that's the problem. It's like, it's kind of like if we're talking about like Labour versus conservatives in the UK. It doesn't matter. Like, do you think anyone in the UK sees a significant difference between a Starmer and a Boris Johnson government? Not really. Like the nuances are so minor that it's not even worth comparing. And like Starmer came in and was like, "Hey, I was elected to like the Conservative Party had become so unpopular after 20 years of austerity that they finally got voted out, and I'm the new prime minister. Let me continue to do everything that they've been doing, only I'm going to do it better." That's the thing, is like, it's not a matter of actually having differences of opinion. It's just a matter of like, oh yeah, but I would do it better. Labor Zionists would say the same thing, is like, oh, it's not that we disagree with what Netanyahu is doing, it's that we would do it better.
So virtually all the adults in the West Bank would have qualified for a kind of machine gun. So they were just awash with these guns and thinly supervised at best.
طبعا هذا العمل العادي يعني احنا هذا بنهتمش فيه كثير جدا هذا لانه روتين عادي.
The villagers say they're doing their best to ignore the kid because taking the bait in any way could be a fatal mistake. The settler, they say, is on an intimidation run, hoping to provoke a reaction of some kind, after which he'll call on the army and have people arrested.
In a few minutes, maybe he will go there and he will call the army, the Iowa. Yeah. And he will tell them, he will just lie, like people are attacking me, and there is also visitors also try to attacking me, so to make it more complicated for the people here.
هو الحين حزمق وزعل عشان احنا ما سوينا اشي.
بقتلوا كل شيء، اي اشي بيشوفوه بيعتقلوه، وحشية ولا زيها في العالم. اي اشي بيلقوه بياخذوه.
Villagers say that the Israeli soldiers who arrived shortly after to make baseless arrests are typically just outpost settlers themselves in different outfits, which may seem a bit strange unless you get what this whole routine is about. It's about clearing the area by any means necessary. And as for the settlers, they've been given a broader license to kill than Klansmen who enacted racial terror in the American South after the Civil War, with 95% of police investigations immediately dismissed and not a single jail sentence ever handed down to an Israeli settler involved in the murder of a Palestinian.
That is insane. Not a single jail sentence ever handed down to a settler for killing a Palestinian is genuinely psychotic. How many Palestinians killed by settlers West Bank? Israeli settler violence. Are there any quickly findable numbers on this? Ah, come on. Okay, whatever. 1,001 Palestinians killed in the West Bank since October 7th. 1 in 5 are children. This is from October of last year. And this is only in the last 3 years. This was in 2 years. In 2 years, 1,000 Palestinians killed between October 2023 and October 2025. 1 in 5 are children. Not a single settler has ever gone to jail over this. And, you know, again, history didn't start on October 7th. Settler violence has been a problem. Like, settlers killing Palestinians has been a problem since 1948 and before. And then they'll pretend like, oh, but the Israeli government doesn't officially endorse the settlements. Well, now they do, but they used to pretend like they didn't endorse the settlements and the settlements were just happening despite them. Oh, we have policies, like we don't, our laws don't say that this is allowed. They're just doing it, and you know, we can't do anything about it. But meanwhile, they have support from the IDF, and they will literally never touch them with a single prosecution for killing Palestinians. But it's not a genocide, and it's not apartheid, and it's, yeah. Nothing to see here. Move along. It's crazy.
He can do whatever he wants. He can raid this motorbike or whatever. He can have sheep. He can build wherever he wants. He can do whatever he wants.
And all of this, and I mean all of this, is funded by U.S. tax dollars.
I think it's allowed us to do enormous things.
That really is a great honor.
But on a brighter note, welcome to our Palestine series. You're watching Channel 5.
We're talking about this like it surprises us. They let a law for, they just passed a law for killing Arabs legally. Yeah, no, absolutely. Is there... Maybe AI can have an answer for this. I'm just gonna type the question into Google and see what it comes up, because it would take longer than what I can research on stream to actually look for this country by country. Is there any country other than Israel where the death penalty is specific to one ethnicity? You're not going to write like the AI answer, Amirali. No country legally limits its death penalty to a single specific ethnic group. That's not exactly how I wanted to word it. However, international human rights organizations note that capital punishment is frequently and disproportionately applied to ethnic and racial minorities across the globe. Iran being the top answer. Disproportionate use of the death penalty against the ethnic minorities. For example, Amnesty International reports that the Baluchi ethnic minority accounts for roughly 20% of all executions, while making up only about 5% of the population. The United States, black people making up around 13% of the population. They represent a heavily disproportionate share of death row inmates. But like, this is in practice stuff, but to have a law that specifically says, hey, death penalty is illegal in this country, except if you're Palestinian, is crazy stuff. Is again, I'm not one to absolutely want to push the Israeli comparison to the Nazis, but when it's this clear, it's hard not to.
These episodes were arranged in collaboration with the Lajee Center in Bethlehem.
This is Lajee Center. Lajee is Arabic word.
Hello, Jonathan Swift. Jonathan Swift 89. Are you related to another Swift 89?
Is mean refugee. We run different projects here. The circus school, which is at the moment there is a training for the circus school. Also here we have also boxing classes, a training, it happened here. Hello, welcome to Aida refugee camp. Today
explosions were heard in a port in Iran. Maybe war is restarting. Yeah, the problem is like that's been happening a lot in the last few months. So we'll just have to wait and see. I think there was a case where it's like there were a bunch of explosions over Tehran a couple of months ago during the ceasefire, and it was like I think the official explanation from the Iranian government was like, oh, we were testing the missile defense systems that we that we fixed up, or something like that.
Is about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number are young people and children. Aida refugee camp is the same story of all the Palestinian refugees camp. Was established in 1950 after the catastrophe in 1948.
Aida was initially established by the United Nations shortly after the Nakba, or the catastrophe of 1948, which the Israelis called the War of Independence.
The Jewish state will include the ports of Haifa and Tel Aviv.
It began when 5 Arab nations launched attacks on Jewish cities and settlements within Palestine, most of which had been under colonial British rule through the Balfour Declaration, until it expired on the midnight of May 14th, 1948.
Britain's civic administration is expected to withdraw by May.
The State of Israel, or the Jewish state, was declared the very next morning, along the lines of a partition plan approved by the UN a year prior.
The plan was accepted by 33 votes to...
The most angry I ever got in a very short amount of time in a conversation was when I was talking with when I was in journalism school, and I was talking with a fellow student who was Australian Jewish, had just done her birthright trip to Israel, and we were talking about it, and I was like, doing this, and like for context, this was like 2012 or 2013. No, yeah, 2013. And yeah, I was just pointing out, like, I'm not a fan of, and so yeah, this was long before October 7th. It's not like Israel was in the news every day, but it was like, it's been a conversation for a long time, and I was like, not a big fan of ethno-states, and I don't like the idea of building a state based on religion and having a privileged religious group in a country. So when other countries do that, not a fan of it. When Israel does that, I'm not a fan of it. And she was like, Israel is not a Jewish state. It's a secular democracy. Are you really going to claim? Is anyone really going to claim that Jews in Israel do not get preferential treatment, that, Israel is not a state that is built for the benefit of Jews to the detriment of everyone else there? Like pretending like the people who pretend like Arab Israelis have all the same rights and their standard of living is all the same, and like everything is exactly the same as Jewish Israelis are they're just delusional and lying to you. There are even towns not within the West Bank where they have these ethnic discriminatory local laws that are like, oh, you can't move here if you're Palestinian, if you're Arab. You can. This is a Jewish-only town. Which is basically the same thing as when the white supremacists in the U.S. went to make a white-only town. If you don't mind me asking, which school did you go to? You probably have never heard of it. So I moved around a lot when I was growing up from country to country. My family's French, and I did university in France. So I actually didn't do journalism school. I did a business school before I knew that I wanted to be a journalist. Then I did my master's still in that business school called IPAG Business School, IPAG. And the master's there was media management, which was the closest thing I could get to journalism within that school for complicated reasons of not being able to like transfer to a journalism school. And the anecdote that I'm mentioning is from an additional summer school that I did in London at the London School of Journalism. Checking if I didn't miss any important messages. Okay.
13.
This sparked outrage within the Arab world, jump-starting an inevitable conflict and causing Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and their Palestinian counterparts to invade, but they were not successful. Israel ultimately won the war, and as a means of collective punishment, they created the Nakba, the catastrophe, forcing 750,000 Palestinians from their homes and onto places like the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
Here, 27 names of the villages, which is the families who lives in Aida camp, they came originally from. For lots of families, they're still keeping the key, and even though they knows all their houses destroyed in 1948, but it still gives them a hope that one day they will back again to their homes.
Do you know which village in particular on the occupation side your family first came from?
Yeah. Beit Jibrin.
Beit Jibrin was just one of around 400 villages depopulated during the Nakba. Today, it is a totally renamed kibbutz.
Welcome to Beit Jibrin,
which is the Israeli version of a socialist commune, completely inaccessible to any Palestinian.
I always heard about it from my grandparents in my childhood. They used to tell us lots of stories about how was life, how many lands they owned there. That's a graffiti tell the history of the Palestinians, how they were living before 1948, before the catastrophe, as a farmers. And then when the catastrophe happened, they moved them to the refugees camp and they built the apartheid wall surrounding the camp.
The massive wall surrounding the camp was built in 2004 in the midst of a bloody conflict called the Second Intifada. The conflict took upwards of 5,000 lives. The Israelis say the Palestinians started it by targeting police and protests that turned violent, whereas the Palestinians generally place blame on the collapse of peace talks at the Camp David summit in 2000, as well as a provocative visit by Israeli politician.
I'll be doing an undergrad in politics and international relations, so I'm quite interested in how journalism works. My advice would be, if you want to be a journalist, it is important to study journalism, but you are right to do something else rather than like doing like journalism studies. So my advice would be something like, I don't know how it would work depending on which country you're in and which education system you're in. But doing like major in politics, minor in journalism or something like that, or do additional, like, you can always find after you finish your university studies, you can do or in between years, you can do like a summer school in journalism, or you can do a separate training in journalism. On the other hand, there are going to be issues in terms of networking and, the credibility of your application. With a lot of jobs, a lot of the networking is going to happen at school and university. So going to a journalism school has those advantages, but, personally, as a journalist, I often regret not having studied history or international relations or politics, and having tried to focus on journalism, I had a weird path because I decided to be a journalism late. So I had done like computer science, and then I moved to like business school. Halfway through business school, I wanted to change to journalism, and I couldn't. So I kind of had to like figure it out and piece together my journalism education. But yeah, not having been more interested in history and politics early on is something that I regret now. So if I could go back, I would have studied politics with a journalism minor. Have you worked for any media houses or mostly just independent works? I've worked for a lot of local, small local publications for most of my adult life, like small local radios, local newspapers. One of my favorite jobs was for a magazine in Beijing that was trying to do like Vice style, underground alternative reporting on like cool stuff happening in Beijing. Yeah, but it was always like small local stuff. I worked for I worked for a news agency, which I've talked about more times, and like it requires a lot of context, so I could go about it in more context in a different conversation. But up until the invasion of Ukraine, I'd been working for a couple of years for a Russian-owned news agency, and I resigned from there when Russia invaded Ukraine, which is a whole, like, there's a lot of stories from that time. But yeah, mostly it was independent publications. Local publications.
Ariel Sharon to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, the third holiest site in Islam, which happens to also be built on a plot of land called the Temple Mount, which is the #1 holiest site in the Jewish faith. Total nightmare.
After they finished the wall, they built.
How would you solve the Palestine-Israel issue? I say revolution. So the problem that I have with this is that like there's a reason why this hasn't been solved, and it's not only that Israel isn't interested in solving it in a just way. It's that they've kind of destroyed the possibilities for any kind of like relatively just solution. The easy solution, which is not easy, is would have been the two-state solution. And it's not a perfect solution. It sucks. It's a compromise. Like no one likes the two-state solution, but it would have been kind of the way to move forward in a kind of realistic way of finding a compromise where people don't endlessly fight until everyone is dead. And the problem is the two-state solution is dead. There's no realistic path to implementing the two-state solution anymore, if there ever was one. When people say, oh, we want the one-state solution where, one state called Palestine, where everyone has equal rights, that sounds great on paper, but I don't think it's very realistic, unfortunately. I especially in the current level of political tensions, and I can't imagine Gazans living peacefully with Israelis in one state after what's been done to them for the last 3 years, for the last 70 years, to be honest, but definitely for the last 3 years. I can't imagine, in a situation like that, it wouldn't take, like, the one state solution would be a powder keg, and it wouldn't take much to light the entire one state on fire with just a few small militant groups wanting to fight one another. So, it wouldn't take that many people to do an October 7th type attack that would, trigger another genocide from from the other side. In a one-state solution, if you don't have a clear, like, hey, let's make two states and make it work. So the idea of the one-state solution with equal rights is like, in a rosy world where we can make bend reality to our will, that sounds great. Maybe 2 or 3 generations down the line, that would be possible to imagine. I don't see a solution right now. And then the other, the other option is like, oh, all the Jews go back to Poland or Brooklyn or whatever. And obviously that's not humane either. That's not, I'm a pro-human being person, and I don't really care what nationality, what religion you are or anything like that. And, as much as I am in this dynamic pro-Palestine and very passionate about Palestinian human rights, I also feel like I recognize that there's an entire generation of people in Israel right now who were born in Israel, who have never known any other country as home, whose parents were born there, and this is their home now. I don't really care about the ancestral claims of this land was promised to us 1,000 years ago. I don't give a shit about that. I do care about, being able to point to, hey, my grandparents are from there. I still have the key to the house that was taken from me. And for people who can point to like relatives within living memory, should have a right to return. But at the same time, like the people who were born there, even if their parents were settlers from other countries, well, this is their home now. And that's just, we just have to find a solution to move forward. But yeah, it feels pretty hopeless because the realistic solutions have been destroyed by failed negotiations, and part of the failed negotiations were always because the Palestinians felt like they didn't want to compromise on a two-state solution, and by an Israeli side that wanted to sabotage the negotiations because they felt like they could probably get more by just beating the Palestinians into submission. I think dual citizens should go to their other country. Possibly. I think that there's a lot of people who were like not born in Israel and who are like, people who are like who are Americans who took their Israeli citizenship as adults and like moved there and became settlers. Like, fuck those people. They can, as far as I'm concerned, those people can go fuck themselves and should go back to the US. Which sucks, but that's, I mean, I when I say this, it sucks for the US that those people are going back because those are horrible people. So for people with dual citizenships, possibly, but like there are people who have dual citizenships who have literally never known the country of their second citizenship. And I'm not talking specifically about Israelis right now, but like I know people who have US citizenship because they were born there, because they have one parent who is American and who've never lived there and who barely speak English. It happens. So those are the kinds of cases where it's like, if you are willing to acknowledge that in the US context, a dreamer who was brought to the US very young doesn't have, any kind of real memories of their home country, and now the Trump administration wants to deport them back to that country, is super fucked up. It's like that in a lot of ways that is functionally incomparable to what we're talking about in Israel. But at the same time, like, we also have to recognize that there's a lot of people in Israel who, even if they have another citizenship, the only home that they've ever known is the home that they currently live in. And I don't have an easy solution for that. Which sucks. I would much rather have a clear-cut answer and like be able to say, oh, it's simple. You just do this. I don't have one. Like with a lot of problems, I don't have one.
More than 7 military watchtower. In this road here, we have lost 3 children from these watchtowers. Muhammad, he was...
That being said, I also think that it's kind of a distraction to be like, hey, what's your end goal what is your one thing that, on a live stream that you can just tell us in a couple of minutes, this is how we fix it. It's like, it's not about, as far as I'm concerned, it's not about that. As far as I'm concerned, it's like, hey, step one, stop the genocide. Pure and simple. Step two, enforce your fucking laws in the settlements. If you have laws that say that the settlements are illegal, stop defending the settlements with your fucking IDF and use the IDF to get the settlements out. Like, that's something that the Israeli government should be pressured to do. And as long as every single Western country is like pretending to support international law and human rights and saying, hey, look, we are going to recognize the state of Palestine, which a few countries have done in the last year. Meanwhile, they continue to fund the IDF and they continue to sell weapons to the Israeli government. You're a joke. You're not doing anything. If you were like, hey, we are going to sever diplomatic ties with you if you continue to act in blatantly violation of international law, we are going to stop doing business with you. Like there was I was watching a compilation of like a debate in the European Parliament about passing European laws at the European level that would sever business ties with Israel. Like, do that. Do everything you can to put pressure on a country that is supposed to be your ally, and you're supposed to be able to pressure your allies to do the right thing and put pressure on them to, at the very least, respect international law, respect their own fucking laws. Israeli laws say settlements are illegal, so make your ally respect their own laws and use their police force and their army to prosecute people who are breaking their own law, and put people in prison for killing Palestinians in the West Bank, prevent them from building new settlements in the West Bank, dismantle settlements that were built illegally in the West Bank. Like, those are all not even solutions. Those are not going to solve anything long term. It's just a matter of like, it's so unbelievably unacceptable that we can't even do that. That is the reason why actual real conversations about a realistic long-term solution are completely impossible when we're talking about a country that is not even bothering to enforce its own laws to subject its citizens to the laws that they should be subjected to, let alone international law. So that's the thing that's frustrating to me. It's like, hey, if we could at least do like not even the bare minimum, just like the stuff that comes before the bare minimum is reached, then we can talk about the bare minimum. Then we can talk about longer term solutions. But it's not even worth talking about like, oh, how would you solve all of this if we're not even able to fucking to make them do less than the bare minimum. That's it's really hard to I hope my frustration with just how ridiculous this is coming across, because I'm literally at a loss for words for how insane this whole situation is, and how, again, spineless and impotent and feckless the Western governments are. And I have like more reasons for why that's the case. And the reality is, like, they want an ally in the Middle East because they're preparing for World War III. And that's one element of it, but it's been happening for longer than that. So I don't know. Look at what you said earlier. I think Israel should be occupied and military de-radicalized. I agree with that. Like, again, if we're not even capable of like using diplomatic pressure on Israel, then, but yeah, no, honestly, yes. If you're asking me for like my, the solution that I know will not happen, but I wish could happen, it's like, yes, I think, NATO should invade Israel, occupy Israel, demilitarize the country. Like, the idea of demilitarizing Israel is like, oh my God, but what about Hamas and what about this and that? It's like, well, if you have a NATO occupation of Israel, then there's a military force that would be able to somewhat protect Israeli civilians against attacks. But yeah, demilitarize the country, de-radicalize the country's politics. Like, there was no justification to do it to Iraq. There's more than enough reason to do it to Israel. Denuclearize the country too. Like, fucking hell. We just ignore the fact that they built their own nukes. Like, you know what? You got me there. Like, when I'm like, I don't know what the solution is. Two-state solution, this, that. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the solution is just like military occupation of Israel. And de-radicalize, demilitarize it, de-radicalize it, denuclearize it, and that's how you long-term get to the possibility of a one-state solution. I'm not sure if Iran is the best candidate to do all of that, though.
In his home here in this building, 10th of November 23, he was killed from the watchtower front of us by a sniper. He shot him a live bullet in his chest. He did nothing. He was bleeding for 10 minutes. Then the father decided to take him inside the car and take him to the hospital. When he drove down, another group of soldiers stopped the car. They took the body outside of the car and they arrested the father. They didn't give any first aid even to his child. After that, they took him to the military base. The Israeli commander called his father and he told him, come pick your son. And he doesn't know what's his situation. When they give him his son, even they didn't come with the ambulance, they came with a normal truck, and he was in a plastic bag, and they throw him in the ground, and the soldier left. It's not more than training for their soldiers.
Places like Ida were never supposed to be permanent. According to UN Resolution 194, which was signed by Israel, Nakba refugees would eventually be given safe passage back to their villages, and those who chose not to return would be given compensation in the form of a reparations package.
But that resolution...
Do you think they care that they signed Resolution 194?
Just in paper, nothing changed. After more than 77 years under this colonization, we're still looking forward to go back to our home villages.
I tell Musa that we'd like to see some of...
Yeah, I agree with you that the UN needs to be goddamn pussies, but I would much rather have like the UN, what do they call the blue helmets? UN blue helmets. Yeah, they're just called the blue helmets. Have a blue helmets occupation of Israel. But that would require them to stop being pussies.
The illegal settlements that people have been talking about.
22 new illegal settlements on Palestinian land.
Like the reality is, and I don't know if you agree with this, but you're not going to convince me otherwise. But considering Iran killed 10 to 30,000 people of their own people in the streets just a few months ago, I'm not sure if that's the government that I would trust to do like a, peaceful transition military occupation style operation.
In the occupied West Bank.
My only exposure to their existence thus far had been through Louis Theroux's recent documentary, Settlers, where he was able to gain rare access behind the curtain of these ultra-nationalist enclaves, which he claims contain people even more extreme than those he interviewed in South Africa after apartheid.
I'm so uncomfortable using the word Palestinian because I don't think that it exists.
Just the lethality of it and the extent to which the objective of the settlers is to for many of them, it's to drive the Palestinians out. Like under apartheid, the white South Africans, they didn't tend to say like, we want to drive the Africans, the black Africans out.
You can have Johannesburg. Is that Johannesburg?
Yeah.
Okay, I give it to you tonight.
Okay. They wanted to subject them to a punitive.
This reminds me of an interview with Elon Musk's father, where he was like, "Oh yeah, apartheid wasn't bad for black South Africans. Oh no, they were in great conditions. It was actually better for them than the current system." And he had this whole thing. Well, let me see if I can find that. Errol Musk is his name. Errol with 2 R's. Let me see if I can find just the clip that I'm thinking of. Is it this? Is this going to get my channel flagged for copyright infringement.
The
I
big
hope not. Let's see.
concern at the moment, and why I think South Africa is a big talking point in the US right now, is America in the next 20 years will become, for the first time in its history, a minority white country.
Well, that will be a very, very bad thing to happen. You want to see the US go down? Why?
Which is already kind of a racist thing to think. Oh yeah, if whites are a minority in the U.S., that's the end of the country. Oh, the country's gonna go down. Only whites can successfully lead the country.
Oh, you don't like cars and electric cars, and you don't like technology, or what is it? You want to go back to the jungle, or?
Jesus fucking Christ.
If the US becomes a minority white country.
Yes.
So there's Latinas, there's blacks, there's people from all different races make up the majority, and then, you know, it could be 48% white people. Do you really think the US is doomed if it goes under?
Yes, it goes under there.
Seriously?
Yes, of course. You see, if you take South Africa, we have a small white population that projects the European culture, or what we learned from Europe.
And oppressed millions of black people.
No.
For decades.
How do you oppress? We gave them work, we fed them. They grew.
See, this is the thing. This is the kind of discourse that you hear from Israelis defending the occupation of Palestinians and saying, oh yeah, Arab Israelis have all the same rights.
That projects the European culture, or what we learned from Europe.
And oppressed millions of black people.
No.
For decades.
How do you oppress? We gave them work, we fed them. They grew from a tiny little group into a massive group. That's not oppression.
Literally what you hear from Israelis about Palestinians. Oh, how can it be a genocide? Their population grew.
That's feeding them. Do you understand? You only grow big if you get fed. You only start at 800 and become 50 million if you get fed. We fed them, for crying out loud. You know, enough with this nonsense.
But so you understand, because the black population was so oppressed under apartheid.
Well, we never saw this oppression you're talking about.
You never saw it?
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, but because you're white. The big...
Wild stuff.
Of a degrading legal regime, but they weren't routinely, as I understand it, you know, every day.
My God, the slave population grew under slavery. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I want to be careful how I say it, because I don't want to be
we fed them. We gave them work. Jesus fucking Christ.
Minimizing any aspect of apartheid, but what I saw in the West Bank was a life that was day-to-day unlivable, where you couldn't really, you know, endless check, hours to get anywhere, if you could get anywhere, a sense in which you were just a stranger in your own land.
How much time are you going to stay in Israel?
Hang on, but I don't think we're in Israel. Are we in Israel?
You're in Israel now?
Are we?
Yes.
In the West Bank, no?
Hey, what's up, you guys? In today's episode, we covered the situation on the ground in the West Bank. But right now, I want to turn the attention over to Gaza to see how the mainstream media is covering things over there. So to find out, I'm going to pull up ground news right here on my phone, which is a dope-ass news aggregate that I use every single day. Channel 5 has been partnered...
Skip.
You'll notice they put the ceasefire in air quotes. After that, I go over to the right-wing tab. And what do I find?
Skip.
That's ground.news/channel 5. I think by now, you know what to do. All right, back to Palestine. Musa says that while there are some settlements around Ida and Bethlehem,
if you look there, this is one of the closest colony to Ida camp. It's called Gilo.
Our best bet to get a true candid look at an urban landscape ripped apart by settlements would be about an hour south in the city of Hebron. So we hopped in the car and went for a drive.
So this is an Israeli colony. And all the way to Hebron from now or even before, you're gonna see a lot of Zionist colonies. When it's not legal according to the agreements.
He says that it might take us up to 5 hours to get there because of the sheer volume of highway checkpoints that have been built by the Israeli military. Today, there's over 800 checkpoints, and their primary purpose is safety, which means keeping Palestinians away from settlements and off of the pristine, separate highways they've built between settlements and into mainland Israel for cars with yellow Israeli license plates. But our car had a green Palestinian license plate, which destined us to hours in traffic and potential military detention without cause. And here's why. So back in the 90s, there was something called the Oslo Accords, an alleged peace negotiation between the Israeli state and the Palestinian Authority, which would supposedly end in an amicable two-state solution. During Oslo, and for a 5-year temporary period, the West Bank was divided into 3 administrative zones: Area A, B, and C. Area A, representing 18% of the land, but a far majority of the Palestinian population, was under full control of the PA, Palestinian Authority. Area B, representing 22% of the land and mostly encompassing rural communities and certain sections of Jerusalem, was under the shared control of the PA and the Israeli army. And then Area C, representing a whopping 61% of the land but home to very few human beings, was under full Israeli military occupation. Notice I said temporary because all this land was supposed to be transferred back to the Palestinians by the year 2000. But that same year, peace talks collapsed, sparking the second intifada that I mentioned earlier, and keeping these temporary A, B, and C zones in place to this day. What that looks like in 2026 is the dramatic restriction of movement for Palestinians between West Bank Area A cities like Ida Camp/Bethlehem and Hebron, which are only connected through roads that run through Area C under Israeli military law. And of course, it's in these C zones that almost all the settlements exist, which look almost nothing like I thought. I had a vision in my head, likely informed by social media, that most settlers were young, crazy kids on the hilltops like the one that I'd previewed earlier. Yet the colonies that Musa and I drove by, almost every few miles, looked more like gated communities in Scottsdale, Arizona, advertising relatively affordable, subdivision-style cul-de-sac spacious homes with swimming pools and nearby access to grocery stores and movie theaters. At that moment, I began to
and these are the kinds of settlements that are being sold, like real estate in these settlements are being sold at auctions in the U.S. on a regular basis.
Understand what Louis Theroux meant when he talked about the diversity of settlements.
I can't say exactly how many settlements there are, but there's a lot. I think more than 100, maybe 200 or 300. And in addition, there are what are called outposts.
I can't see a diplomatic solution where the power balance is so imbalanced. No, I agree. Who was saying earlier that Blue Helmets occupation would have to fight the IDF and Hamas? And that's true, but the IDF is much more powerful. Like, just obviously from looking at Gaza, the IDF is much more powerful than Hamas. They would be a bigger problem. And if the... Like, I don't like Islamists. I don't like, I consider Hamas to be the Palestinian equivalent of radical far right parties in Europe. I view it's funny, like the ideological parallels of a group like ISIS is virtually similar if you transpose it ideologically to far right parties in Europe. So I'm never going to be a Hamas supporter. At the same time, it's hard not to see the conditions under which Hamas was led to exist and become what it is today. IDF has nukes, exactly.
Which are almost like the eggs of settlements, like they kind of in embryonic form, where there's a bunch of extremists, Israeli activists, often youth, settler youth, take a hill or take a little area, put camps up, and then oftentimes the IDF will de facto kind of defend them, but they're not recognized by the Israeli state. So we saw one recently legalized under Israeli law, but not under international law, outpost. That was Eviatar, and that was there. It was a kind of religious nationalist settlement of a fairly extreme sort, and caravans. But there's other settlements where they are.
Why is the IDF defending outposts that are not yet legalized? Like he's like, oh, one recently legalized settlement. That means that a bunch of other settlements are not legalized. Why does the IDF defend those settlements?
Larger and more suburban looking. So at least some, or maybe most of the people there will be either economic migrants, interlopers, like they're people who've gone there mainly to get cheap housing. And then some of them are ideological settlers who've come from America or elsewhere. And then there's even more extreme and crazy ones that we didn't get into because most of them don't really want outsiders in there.
You think they know that it's wrong what they're doing?
They know that the world views it as wrong.
As Musa and I drive and are forced to take the long way, I'm struck by the beauty of the land. The rocky, rolling hills of Palestine are like a gently astroturfed hybrid of the sweeping cliffs that surround Lake Mead outside Vegas, and I begin to understand why so many people feel a deep, unshakable connection to the land. It's nice, man. As we make our way to a checkpoint, I notice a strange red sign in the distance.
This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden, dangerous to your lives, and is against the Israeli law.
We need to be quick.
Musa says it's been put up by the Israeli army as a way to instill fear in mainland visitors and restrict commerce, and that it marks the beginning of an Area A enclave. Across the street, I also notice a bulldozer on a hilltop that appears to be tearing down a local village.
The mountain you see on top, it was occupied recently by settlers, and now they are setting up caravans. And you see down the road here, they installed the yellow gate. When they close it, Palestinians who own the agricultural lands, they don't have access to it.
I step across the street to get a camcorder shot.
The soldier is watching us.
English. What are you doing? Oh, taking a video.
Fuck. For the crime of taking a camcorder shot of an illegal settlement while in the company of Palestinians within Palestine, I was placed under Israeli detention by 2 teenagers from New Jersey. They couldn't explain the crime, but seemed more...
2 teenagers from New Jersey. Yeah, these are the kinds of people that, there's no... When I was talking earlier about having a level of compassion for Israelis who've only ever known Israel as their home, that does not apply to 2 teenagers from New Jersey who are, gladly taking up the military uniform of a country that, you know, they only have become citizens of because they get to be the supremacist group in that country.
I'm happy to give out the time. If you'd like to see and hear about the next phase of our journey where I explain the interrogation process, visit Ali Brahim.
Hamas itself is a project of Benjamin. I mean, nothing more than need to be said. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yes, like Hamas did get financial and support otherwise from Netanyahu for strategic reasons because they needed a boogeyman. It's an enemy of convenience, and they were very happy to nurture that enemy of convenience.
Mosque on both sides and witness the invasion of central Hebron by a group of settlers, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5, where you can also see our complete sit-down interview with documentarian Louis Theroux. As many of you guys know, Channel 5 is a...
Yeah, solid work. I would love to have the budget to do this kind of work. Like, I'm going on a reporting trip next week, not to Israel, to be clear, but that reporting trip kind of fell into my lap because someone dropped out, and so I'm able to go there free of charge. But I'll be honest with you, like, I'm super tight right now. The video is basically over. I'm super tight, so I can't afford to basically do anything at the moment. I almost didn't stream today because I'm under a lot of stress because this morning, I've mentioned occasionally before that I'm constantly juggling different bills and on a regular basis. Like, oh, this month I can't pay this bill because I have to pay that bill from last month that I didn't pay last month, and next month I'm gonna have to ignore that bill because I need to pay this one. Like, I'm constantly doing that, and there were a couple of piles of unpaid bills that I was hoping to be able to deal with next time I get like a sponsorship or something like that, that I can, you know, when I have like a big chunk of money coming in, it's like, okay, putting everything back to where they are. And this morning, like 2 piles of unpaid bills were forcibly taken from my account, and I need to fix that situation as quickly as possible. And yeah, things are really tight right now. So yeah, the struggle is real. No, yeah, Amirali, this is not for you. If you send me money, I will refund you. You are not allowed to donate to the channel. Let me put it this way: if you live in a war zone and you need to worry about yourself. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna call that a day. Get ready for my trip, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Yeah, we're on nearly 4 hours of streaming, so I did build my tolerance up a little bit. Let's keep that going. Thanks for watching, and I will speak to you soon. I mean, Amirali, if you get your hands on some of that $300 billion from the U.S. government, like send me some of that. I wouldn't be against it. But nothing from your personal income.